What's the worst response to I love you? See you in chemistry. Ha. Oh, wait. You're not joking, are you? Complete silence. As a friend, right? That's nice. It'll pass. Your communication violates our restraining order. Okay. Scene. Screenshotted. Good to know. Ew. This is like, so embarrassing for you. Why did you even tell me? Aw, I love you too, bestie. A blank stare and then walking away, gradually increasing their speed to running, until they disappear around a corner or over the horizon. Well, now that I have your attention, we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
I purposely left my girlfriend's closet door open despite her anxiety, and now she's not speaking to me after I told her to get over it. My girlfriend, 24 female, and I, 23 male, have been together for almost 3 years now. We get along well and didn't fight much, which is why I'm confused over this situation. My girlfriend lives in her own apartment and works full-time, whereas I am still living with my parents until I finish college. I was originally planning on moving in with my girlfriend into her apartment once she renews her lease until we had our disagreement. My girlfriend's place is pretty basic. I guess you can say it's got a modern and minimalist look. That is until you go to her bedroom. There's a lot of these glow-in-the-dark stars all over her closet door and walls. I remember when I asked her about it, she told me that when she was young she experienced a traumatic event. To help with her anxiety, she placed the stars as a guild to help her see if there was a silhouette either in front of the door or if the door was open. I don't know if that makes sense. She said she only asked that I keep that door closed, especially at night. I was understandable about the situation. So when I first spent the night at her place, I made sure to check if the closet was closed while she slept earlier. Months went by and there were instances where I accidentally forgot to close it. She'd wake up the next day and ask me about it. Hey, did you forget to close the door last night? I apologized for it, and she'd saying something like, please don't forget next time. I had no problem with it at first, though lately it's been getting annoying. It felt like that's all she wanted to talk about first thing in the morning. I voiced my feelings on it one day and she just responded by saying, well then please close the door, it's not that hard. I sometimes deal with sleep paralysis. I got irritated by that because it felt like she just wanted a reason to nag me. One day, I went over to visit her, and I decided to purposely leave the closet door open while she slept in her bed while I slept on the living room couch, just to see what would happen. I assumed nothing happened since I didn't hear anything. However, the next day when I woke up, she was sitting at the kitchen table looking as if she'd been crying since her eyes were puffy. Before I could even say a word she said, I've told you many times that I wanted the closet door closed. It's all I ever asked of you and you can't even do that. Here's where I might be the jerk. I got angry that she was already nagging me about this first thing in the morning, so I told her that she's a grown woman and can't rely on some dumb stickers to help her over something that happened to her years ago, and she needed to get over it. She told me to leave, so I did because I was mad. It's been a week since then and I haven't heard anything from her. I don't want to break up over this, but I want to know if what I said was wrong. My parents and friends are saying my girlfriend is being dramatic, but I want some unbiased opinions on the subject.
Girlfriend's Reddit post: I dumped my boyfriend for leaving my closet door open. My ex posted on Reddit and I just wanted a place to respond. My now ex-boyfriend and I were together for 2 years, would have been 3 years next month. We met through a mutual friend, my roommate at the time, because of our similar interests. For some context, I've lived in my apartment for about 4 years, and the mutual friend was my roommate in the beginning, but they moved out 3 years ago, so since then I've been living on my own. I was originally going to have my boyfriend move in with me once my lease ended, but of course, change of plans. So, my ex posted on Reddit asking if he was the jerk for leaving my closet door open, yet he left out very important details. One question that kept appearing was why didn't I close the door even though I never leave it open. Ever since I was little I've trained my brain to always make sure the closet door was closed. When I was 6, I was sharing a room with my older sister, and one night she went over her friend's house for a sleepover. My parents and I got home a bit late. I remember it being hot since we had the AC on. I went to bed but was tossing and turning because it's really hot. I kept hearing a noise from somewhere but wasn't sure from where and just assumed it was the AC. I laid on my back just staring at the roof and heard my closet door being open. My bed was faced towards the closet, so when I moved my head down, I could see this old man coming out of it. I screamed and my parents came running in. My dad grabbed me and I saw my mom hitting that man with one of her favorite pans. We called the police and later found out that the man was homeless, must have snuck in while we were away and hid in my closet when he heard my parents' car come in. Since then I've suffered from PTSD and fear of someone coming in my closet again. I slept with my parents for a few years after that. We moved to another state once I hit high school. My parents got me a therapist when the incident occurred, and to this day, I'm still going to therapy. I felt like it wasn't working though because it just felt like I was venting and the therapist would go, and how does that make you feel? Instead of suggesting something to help me. That was until my current therapist. She suggested that I could use something like a nightlight and place it by the closet. Then I asked if I could use something else like something that could stick to the walls. First, it was these big glow-in-the-dark dinosaur stickers. I felt kind of silly about it at first when I put it up, but when I had sleep paralysis, I was still scared but able to tell what was a dream and what wasn't, giving me a sense of comfort. I changed the themes occasionally to dinosaurs, planets, and now stars. For the past 7 years, it's worked for me. I moved out of my parents' home at 20 to live in an apartment with my friend who I met in college. I only went for 2 years. I explained to her my situation because we shared a room and there's only one closet. She understood me completely. She only ever left it open once when she came home from a night shift. She was remorseful and never did it again when she saw how bad I suffered from it. Now to my ex, we pretty much clicked when we met. We had similar hobbies and liked exploring new foods. It was fun. I also told him about my trauma. I asked that I didn't mind it being open during the day, but at night, it needed to be closed no matter what. He could still put or take something out of it, but he had to close it back up, and he complied throughout our relationship. It wasn't until a few months ago that he started to act very controlling. He would make small comments about certain foods I would eat, like how it would affect my liver or something, and recommended other things. I brushed it off, thinking he was just looking out for my health. It started getting to a point where he suggested I quit my job when he finished college and moved in, but I told him that it'd be beneficial for both of us to be working. He never asked again, but he did start asking things like if I could cook for him even though I said I was tired from work. Would I stop working if he made enough money for both of us, and if I still wanted kids? I think he wanted to ask me to become a stay-at-home wife or mother, but I could be overanalyzing. On the night before we broke up, when he decided to test me, I had the worst hallucination since I was a teenager. I wake up, see the door open, and start to imagine the man I saw all those years ago. When I woke up the next day it was around 4 a.m., I was able to move and started to cry immediately to a point where I couldn't shred any more tears, and apart from the migraine from crying too hard, I felt a numbness. So when he woke up a few hours late I waited for him in the kitchen just honestly feeling tired. I didn't yell, just spoke in a monotone voice. I told him how I had one rule and that was to close the door. He got defensive saying he felt like I was lying about my trauma just to see if he would care for me. I told him to leave while I thought things over. I never ignored him and he never texted me the whole week, but now I know for sure that there's no saving this relationship. And you can get your stuff from your brother, I already told him what you did. So good luck. I'll be moving in with my sister out of town, I'm not renewing my lease. I just want to be with people who actually support me. Minor update. I booked a therapy session for the both of us so we can have a proper conversation. That does not mean we'll be getting back together. My boyfriend almost unalived me with his poop fumes. This happened an hour ago, currently relaxing in bed with the boyfriend. Because we work together we come home together, and neither wants to wait their turn so we've decided why not just take showers together, plus it saves water, apparently. Today was all the same. We wake up, go to work, come home, and shower. But not even military training would have prepared me for what was about to unfold. My sweet himbo of a boyfriend is lactose intolerant. He does not care and continues to eat lactose and has the most gut-wrenching, eye-tearing, vomit-inducing poops, and farts. Today it was a co-worker's goodbye party and she brought a tres leches cake, which is a 3-milk cake. And him being the clueless man that would trade me for cake, he takes a huge piece. And it hit him hard. It hit him while we were showering. Most of us know that in the shower the smell after you fart is so much more intense. Now, this is where poop happens, literally. After being under the shower for about 5 or more minutes the tiny bathroom is filled with steam and my boyfriend while shampooing my hair exclaims loudly and lets out the longest, loudest stinkiest fart that I've ever had displeasure of experiencing and runs to the toilet, holding his SS. You would think someone was cutting trees with a chainsaw because holy poop it was so loud my mouth dropped and I could taste the disgusting gas that was once a tasty tres leches cake. I started heaving and gagging which became worse after this huge man nestled on a tiny toilet dropped what you would think was a nuclear bomb. It was wet, loud, and smelly to the point of me almost throwing up on the spot. I instead rushed to the sink that was right next to the toilet that I kind of felt bad for, and started just projectile vomiting my breakfast, lunch, and the tres leches cake that will be gone but not forgotten. Every time I inhaled, the absolute nuclear poop fumes hit me like an 8-wheeler and I kept vomiting harder and harder. This whole fiasco ended up in me almost passing out and my poor boyfriend who couldn't stop SH'ing his absolute blood, sweat, and tears out could not do much to help except SH'ing more. And more. We ended up taking separate cold showers and airing out the windowless bathroom by opening the bathroom door and the front door which gave us weird looks but I'd rather not die and have death by poop on my gravestone.
Liars, what was the biggest lie you got away with? When I was 13 to 14 I was kicking a soccer ball around inside the house. I used to love running around the house dribbling cutting in and out around the furniture. My mom would get on to me repeatedly about it, saying it was only a matter of time before something broke blah blah whatever. One day she leaves to run to the store right after scolding me about that damn ball. Me being me, as soon as she leaves I naturally start dribbling around and end up accidentally kicking the ball through a window pane, shattering the window. Glass everywhere. I start freaking out because this was literally my mom's only rule. So being the smart 13-year-old, and realizing I have close to 5 minutes to fix the situation before all hell breaks loose. My genius idea is to scoop up all of the glass that was kicked outside and throw it back inside, to make it look like I was playing with the ball outside not inside. I figured she would be much less upset at me if I was playing outside in the yard. I vacuumed all of the loose glass inside and sat on a bench outside until she came back. I played it off perfectly. My plan worked effortlessly, I should have just blamed it on my brother in hindsight.
Former spoiled rotten kids, when did the real world really hit you? I wasn't necessarily spoiled, but I definitely grew up in a very privileged family, upper middle class, academic dad and lawyer mom. I was 17 and I got a job as a porter at a hotel to save and travel for a bit before going to uni. I went to Indonesia and I was staying in a decent but not crazy fancy hotel near the Borobudur temple. It was my first night and I had no idea if tipping was the normal thing, so I put a US $5 bill under my plate when I left. As the waitress cleared the plates and I was walking away, she freaked out, thinking I had left it there. She didn't speak a lot of English, but I got it across that it was a tip and she basically broke down. It was all money, so I was really confused. Made the mistake of googling median wages of the area when I got back. Median, not even minimum, salary is about $3,000 a year. What I made in about 2 hours at a minimum wage hotel job, she made in a week working 80 hours. I tipped well all through my trip, even bought the crappy knickknacks from the hawkers by the temple. It was effing gutting.
I accidentally caused a war between my family and my brother's wife's family with one innocent text message. Didn't think I'd give an update, but many interesting things happened. So after my brother visited his wife, he went to honeymoon. And the way the wedding party went might have been even worse than I imagined. What happens now is incredible. When I said in the main post that two fronts had formed, I only meant that metaphorically, of course, but it's no longer that. While nothing much interesting happened in the first 2 days afterwards, the terror started as soon as my brother and his wife went on their honeymoon. My mom and my dad visited me and told me how the wedding party escalated and they were so close to physical violence. I thought it was funny at first, but this truly bothers me. I also want to point out that you did a great job at convincing me it's not my fault, but hearing my parents' side still gave me a bad feeling in my stomach. However, like I said, the terror started shortly after they went on their honeymoon. And when I say terror, I mean that my Sills family found both my Facebook and Instagram account and started spamming me with hateful messages. I received insults and hateful messages from various different accounts who all had one thing in common. They all had somewhat of a Christian theme and all of them had the same last name. So it wasn't hard to find out whose accounts it was. Mainly because I don't know my Sills family at all. I only know her and I know her parents were homophobic Christians. But whatever, they not only started attacking me, they also found the account of my boyfriend over my account because we're linked as a couple and started to send him the same messages. The messages contained on one side typical bigot stuff like, "You're burning in hell for your sins." One even called me and my boyfriend two devils in disguise. The other side were just blatant insults. You get the idea. I called my parents and told them what they are doing. Then I sent a text message to my brother with screenshots of the messages his wife's family sent me, to which he replied that I shouldn't disturb him with that during his honeymoon as I already destroyed his wedding party. I couldn't believe it. He was just like them. He did send me an apology after my mom told me she called him. But none of this is the main reason I'm giving you this update this early. Because I got a call this morning from an unknown number. I hesitated because I thought it was one of them. And I was right, but it was none of the people who insulted me. I heard a woman's voice who introduced herself as the half-sister of my brother's wife. She said it didn't went unnoticed what her family was doing and she wanted to apologize for them. I told her I'm not going to tell anyone in her family about this and that I don't blame her for her family's actions. She thanked me and hung up. I don't know why, but I have this feeling she only did this to protect her family from being reported. My mother wrote to me earlier that she wants to report the insults and the harassment of these people and that she demands for my brother to divorce his wife or she will disinherit him from her will because that's not how she raised him. A little radical in my opinion, but I understand where she's coming from. This entire thing escalated so much it's unbelievable. Thank you all for your support on my first post. I have to choose between my wife and my affair partner. I met my wife roughly 7 years ago. She's Italian and was here on a short work visa. After falling wildly in love, and being in my 30s, I decide this is the one and I'll marry her to keep her in the country and see where life takes us. She was everything I was looking for and more. Even though I was married, I kept seeing a girl from my past during business trips and occasional happy hours. I have an executive role and I'm always traveling and immersed in my work, which made having an affair partner easy. I had known this girl since before I got married. She was obsessed with me and had a hard time coping with my marriage. She ultimately lost her sanity when she found out I was going to have a baby with my wife. She had always been coping with mental illness and I looked right past it as if it were nothing. She started to call me at all hours. She would beg me to leave my wife. This caused marital troubles to say the least, but I kept assuring my wife I was over this girl, that she was someone from the past, that she needs to believe me that the girl is crazy. A few months into pregnancy, this girl takes too high of a dose and passes away at the hospital with me as the emergency contact. My wife, suspecting I've been lying to her, gets very distant. We try to fix the marriage and cope. I try to stay home more and be a good partner, but things are difficult. We have our daughter and life becomes very rough, very quickly. Around the time our daughter is 7 months old, my wife decides to go for a divorce, and takes a devastating half of everything I own. Despite being married for around 5 years, attorneys award her full custody due to my busy schedule and poor history as a loyal partner. My affair partner taking her life is brought up in court as the epitome of my being the evil manipulative husband. My now ex-wife took our daughter back to her country, leaving for Italy around November last year. Needless to say, the past holidays have been difficult and I was trying to wrap my head around all the things that transpired the past few months. I installed not a dating app but a no strings attached sort of app, to find women to fill the void. This I know is toxic, but I have needs and was not looking for love, just to feel alive after all the mess I went through. After several meaningless encounters, I match with someone who I fall madly in love with. She's an incredibly smart neuroscientist, researcher, and has the most beautiful personality and such an incredible way to show her love. She also has no idea about my past. I see that she's too innocent, and falling for me too fast. So I decided to cut her off, because I knew it would be too damaging to her. She's never lived with anyone, she's just had a few boyfriends and a healthy number of intimate partners at her young age of 25. She's at a disadvantage trying to idealize a relationship with someone who's got the emotional mess I have going on. I cancel our dating and tell her this can't go on because I need to sort out my personal life and have been thinking about getting back with an ex. She has no idea it's my ex-wife, nor that I had a child halfway across the globe, etc. She cries it out, as do I, but we end it there, around February. Fast forward to April, my ex-wife lived through the quarantine and chaos of Italy's 2020 and we are back in touch. I finally get to see my daughter walking around and safe, albeit both locked up there. I make moves to have them come back to America, and we start to work on some plan or structure. Around this time, I decided to write a letter to this wonderful girl I had curbed to the side, just to say I love her, that I just did not want to harm her, and I am hoping she's safe and happy. I write this letter but never send it, thinking it will just stir up feelings and she's better off forgetting about me. The irony of my story is the young girl texts me just a couple days after I was going to mail this unsent letter. I felt an incredible connection. We talked over FaceTime, I saw her face again and sparks flew. She was still oblivious about my wife, my daughter, and the mess that is my life. After a couple days texting, sending each other love messages, I finally tell her I need to speak to her. I come clean, but it turns out she had a hunch I was married but was afraid to ask. She apparently had gone deep down the rabbit hole online one day and found pictures of my ex-wife and daughter. When I told her everything, she started crying. She told me she understands why I did not bring up my ex-wife and child, but she could still see a future with me if I wanted to be with her. She doesn't mind that I have a child. She does mind if I want to get back with my ex-wife. I still do not know what I want to do. I told her today that I made the decision, for better or worse, to give my broken family another chance, to bring them back to America and stick to it for our daughter's sake, to be accountable and raise my girl so she knows who her father is sooner rather than later. She burst into tears thinking this is the right responsible move, but ultimately the saddest day of her life. She had really fallen for me, as I had for her. Her parting words were she will always wonder what could have been. My letter I never sent to her said and expressed similar thoughts. I ran away when I was 15 because my dad is a horrible person. There was a fight between him and my mom and I tried to stop him attacking her by throwing a bottle at him thinking he'd pass out. He started to beat me up until I escaped a bit and ran off. He followed me out back and into some fields behind my house where I hid under some bushes. It was summer and not too cold, so I stayed there that night. The next day I jumped buses and trains into the big town near me, leaving behind my little sister, and got in touch with my only friend. Their parents knew my home wasn't great, so stayed at their house for a few months. I got into drugs and alcohol and started to stay in random houses with gross people. Eventually, I sorted my life out a bit, but I have done a lot of stuff that makes me want to die, but I don't ever want to see my parents again. Every single day I cry for my sister, but I don't know how to undo what I did by leaving her. I hope they think I'm dead. Entitled mother and son pretend to shoot me at a shooting range. This happened last week, so I'm trying to wrap my head around it still. Firstly, I love guns. Nearly everything about them. The sound, the recoil, the fireball. What I don't like is when an idiot is given one. When idiots have guns, people get unalived. So when I see a mom and her 9-year-old son at a gun range, I was initially happy that this kid was being taught at a young age. I go to my bay, right next to mom and son, who was actually quite nice, when I see mom's handgun pointed at me. So I jump out of the way of the barrel, and tell her to keep it downrange. She scoffs at me, pulls the not loaded bullshit, to which I reply that I don't care, always treat it like it's loaded. I had two guns with me. My Springfield XD40 subcompact handgun, and my AR-15. Now, continuing the story. You should all know who is who in terms of abbreviations. The kid goes up to shoot. He starts firing, and when he's done, he sets the gun down so that T points at me. Being a kid, and probably new, I tell him to always keep it downrange, for safety. He acknowledges this, and points the gun back, when I feel a firm smack to the back of my head. Entitled mom, don't talk to my son like that. Me, I'm trying to teach him gun safety. If anybody gets shot at one of these ranges, the place can get shut down. Entitled mom, don't talk back to me. She moves to hit me again, to which I hover my hand over my XD40 which was resting on the table. That sends her enough signal to back off. When she goes up to shoot, she pulls the trigger, to which nothing happens. She points the gun at me again, to which this time I yell at her to keep it downrange. She decides to ignore me. Me, ma'am, if the gun misfires, keep it downrange because it may have had a delayed firing. Entitled mom, shut up, butthole. I go back to shooting my handgun, to which I see, once again, that the gun is pointed at me. The worst part? She was fiddling with the goddamn trigger. To those who don't know, the rule is that you can point your gun at somebody if you feel they genuinely jeopardize your life. I wasn't quite there yet, so I called over range safety. Range safety told her off, and she listened, until she did the same damn thing. Now I point my gun at her. Entitled mom, what the F are you doing? Me, keep your gun downrange. Range safety comes over to calm me down, and he takes the gun from mom. Then she tries to throttle range safety. So I take the gun from him, and field strip it, disassembly in case of emergency. I noticed the safety was on, but the gun was fully loaded. So I point my gun at the mom and tell her to get on her knees with her hands behind her head. Entitled mom says, "I'll sue you for this bullshit." Me, to the little kid, never say anything you have heard today until you are older. Back to mom, go ahead. I'll just show that camera footage. Range safety calls the cops, and when they arrive, I field strip both my guns. I got cuffed, asked a few questions, and then released to put my guns in their cases. The mom is screaming bloody murder as she's taken away, and the kid is just crying. So then I go to the kid, and try to calm him down. She then screams that I'm trying to kidnap her son. I just backed away, and the kid is calmed down, and just put my hands up. Cops close the car door, and then they get contacts for the kid's dad. Update: am I the jerk for telling my girlfriend the reason she's always sick of because of her poor hygiene? Thank you for all the comments you guys left on my post, it gave me a lot to think about. It was the slap in the face I needed, I guess. Most of you were really nice about it, but the consensus seemed to be that she needs therapy and I'm gross if I stay with her. And yeah, I feel really gross, and I don't want to feel that way. It's interesting that a lot of you suggested she may be autistic or ADHD, because she isn't either of those as far as she knows, but I am both autistic and have ADHD. I have been in therapy for some time. She has been to therapy on and off since she was a kid. Weird stuff with her parents mostly, they weren't very good to her. Anyway, I gave it a lot of thought and I've realized that my boundaries basically become non-existent in a relationship. I keep letting things slide that I really don't want to. I'm allowing myself to be uncomfortable for her sake, and I've done this in the past, but I don't want to do it anymore. So yeah, I decided I'd be very direct with her and we either get on the same page or I'm done. So I very plainly asked her, why doesn't she want to wash herself? She cried, sobbed about how gross I think she is, but I asked again. And eventually, she told me that she just likes when I do it for her. She wants to feel pampered and cared for, and it is definitely an intimate thing. She wants to be a dirty pet that I can clean up, and she thought that I was into it. That's it, no other reason. I never said that I was into it, but I guess I led her to believe otherwise by agreeing to wash her hair and body for her from time to time. Honestly, I can't believe that I put up with this for so long. She is a really great girl otherwise, but yeah, this is a deal breaker for me. I told her this, and that I didn't want to have to wash her, and she just absolutely broke down. Seems to be a deal breaker for her too. She wants someone who will treat her like a pampered pet. So we are done. Anyway, thanks again guys. I can't believe this is how it ended up, but I guess I'm happier for it. I will never ignore bad hygiene again. Final: would I be the jerk for not having my cheating ex-husband with cancer stay with me through his treatment? My ex and his fiancée moved out today. His treatments went very well this time around. He had to deal with general weakness and nausea, but no vomiting and voiding like the previous time. It's amazing how much medicine improves and changes. He'll need monthly shots for a while and I agreed to house him for a weekend next month, but after that he's on his own. The stay went well, we had no drama really. I kept myself busy and kids and I traveled a lot. They both managed the rest of the stuff all right and things worked out. My kids are happy and back to their normal stuff. I had a talk with my daughter about how grandma exaggerated things to get her way and that is not okay, and she understood. She has shown no interest in visiting her grandparents and I'm happy about that. The last week of his stay, his fiancée went back to their town to take care of some stuff since he was doing pretty well on his own. He and I had a few long detailed conversations. They were cathartic in some ways and saddening and maddening in others. I think I got some closure, at least I am not feeling the bitterness the way I used to. I may make another post about what he told me, his reasoning and justifications. On another positive note, all that dressing up and going out I've been doing has worked out for me. I met someone. We've been on 2 dates and it's going great so far. This is my first time dating since the divorce, so I am keeping my expectations muted, but still it is very exciting and fun. My conversation with my ex-husband. I tried writing about our conversations, but the process of thinking about it and analyzing it is very depressing. When we had the talk, I felt much better than I do looking back at it now. Then my new date invited me on a trip during the Memorial Day weekend. One of my close neighbor friend encouraged me to go while she watched my kids. I was pretty excited about this vacation, my first adult-only vacation in over a decade. I didn't want my overthinking about my ex to make me depressed during the trip, so I put that on hold. The trip went well and I am pretty optimistic about this new relationship. Sorry to you guys for taking so long with this. But now that I feel happier, I can have a more grounded take on my ex's views. To start with, he was again very apologetic about what he put me through and that I deserved better from him. When he was going through his cancer treatment while we were married, I was extra careful with his feelings and being calm and patient with him. That had become so much of a habit that even when he told me about his affair, I still treated him with kid gloves. I was firm about wanting divorce and refused to consider his insistence on working it out, but I swallowed my anger and didn't go off at him. But this time I got to properly express my hurt and anger at him, and that was very, very cathartic. He took it okay for the most part, but also was stung by it and got defensive. He told me in some detail about how he and his girlfriend got together. She was his high school girlfriend. She came from an abusive background and in high school he had helped her and did a lot to encourage her to move out of that situation. When he moved away to go to university and she stayed their small town, the long distance thing dissolved their relationship. He wanted a more big city life, and a few years after college he met me. When he was visiting his parents' home more while recovering, he reconnected with her. At that time she was struggling to leave an abusive relationship. It again was like their high school days where she was in trouble and he was the knight in shining armor. I suppose that can be very attractive to someone who's been facing weakness and their own mortality. When he was home I was waiting on him hand and foot. I didn't even know that he could have enough energy to do all the leg work for this other woman and was spending quite a bit to help her. That's where his currently being broke comes from. She was in financial trouble, and he solved all her problems. He is quite proud of how much he helped her and doesn't agree with me that he took something away from me and making me work for him while he put his energy away from our family. I don't want to say that I don't support helping someone escape abuse, but I can't help feeling exploited. His response was that he did a favor by spending time in his town because that lessened the burdens on me. It is true that when he went away life got easier by a lot. I had more time, I could focus more on kids, we could cook anything, eat anything. But if he had that kind of energy then he could have helped me, you know? But he says that I was always stressed out and upset, my attitude was a drain on him. I resent that because I remember how careful I was around him, how much I made myself pliable to be his nurse. He brought up examples of how once I was so upset I went to the balcony to scream. The time I snapped at the kids and then cried about it. He had stories of how I was pushy and difficult. He wasn't making it up, I have my faults, but I did work hard and tried my best. I didn't realize that my help and support wasn't good enough for him. I didn't make him feel good. I just did the shit work. I think he resents me because he feels he owes me. He likes his girlfriend because she owes him and is dependent on him.
Found out my boyfriend of 3 years is a flat earther. Okay, so, me, 21 female, and my boyfriend, 23 male, were driving home and talking conspiracy theories, and I jokingly ask him, do you believe the earth is round or flat? He very firmly says it's definitely flat, and then goes on spitting all these facts about NASA and there's a huge ice wall, and all this silly shite. A few days later, he starts sending me videos from TikTok of people showing evidence of the earth being flat. I try to refute it but get called a sheep and to open your effing eyes, Amelia, I can't even. It completely threw me off, and now I can't look at him the same. Surely he doesn't actually believe it's flat? I wanted to have children with this man. Is he going to push this idea onto our children? I honestly don't know what to do. It may not seem like a big deal to some, but to me it is. For someone to believe something that ridiculous, with so much conviction, the TikTok research is bad enough. I just don't know. My niece took my daughter's clothes and mocked her for being a mother, so I snapped and kicked her out. I have a beautiful daughter, Amelia, 17. I'm a single mother because Amelia's father left before she was born. She is my whole world. Amelia is also a teen mother to my beautiful grandson, Owen, who is 1 month old. I'm not proud of her for being a teen mother, but I am extremely proud of her for handling everything. She is an amazing mother and still does very well at school. She is dating Owen's father, Raymond, 17, who is a lovely kid too. They all live with me in my home, and I provide for them financially with some support from Raymond's family. I'm a lawyer and am lucky enough to work from home most of the time, so I care for my grandson during the day while Raymond and Amelia are at school. When I have to go to work, Raymond's family looks after Owen. Recently, my sister called and asked if I could allow her daughter, Stephanie, 19, to move in with me. Finding a place to live in our city is difficult, so I agreed to let her move in for free. I'm very big on family caring for each other, so I didn't want to charge my sister's daughter rent. I immediately noticed that Stephanie was weird about Amelia being a teen mother. She'd make tasteless jokes, and I immediately took her aside and told her I wouldn't tolerate any sort of teasing. I've hired a tutor for Amelia and Raymond just for extra support, and when Stephanie found out, she rolled her eyes and said, they wouldn't need one. They had just been responsible. She also said I was rewarding bad behavior, but I told her I liked caring for my family, just as I allowed her to move in for free. Then, I realized that Stephanie was taking some of Amelia's clothing without permission. When she moved in, I told her we asked for permission before taking other people's belongings into my home, so I was pretty annoyed. Amelia asked Stephanie to return a shirt she had taken, but she refused. She said Amelia didn't need it back because she didn't fit. Amelia did gain weight as a result of pregnancy and breastfeeding, and it's made her very insecure. It was a shirt she wore pre-baby, and she kept it to motivate herself to lose weight. I told Stephanie to return it immediately and apologize, but she refused. We got into a massive argument that resulted in me packing her bags and calling her mother to come and get her. She told me that she wouldn't do it again, but I did not care to listen. I gave her a home, and she paid me back with disrespect. I won't let her insult my daughter at our own house.
Women of Reddit, what is your worst nice guy experience? I met this guy online who offered to help me learn his native language. Every day I would send him journal entries and he would correct them for me. I offered to help him as well, but he said just chatting with me in English helped enough. A few weeks into this he says he is going to visit the city that I live in and says we should meet. I tell him I'd rather we didn't because I have a boyfriend, which I had already mentioned many times, and I think he might be looking for a date. He insists that he only wants to meet his friends, but I tell him I am busy. Then suddenly he calls me saying he has arrived and has brought some American chips for me. I had mentioned before that I really missed American chips. I agree to meet him for coffee, to find that he has bought me tons of gifts, including wine and wine glasses. I politely reject the gifts but he insists that I must take them because his arms are sore from carrying them. I quickly have coffee with him during which he tells me he must marry a white girl because the girls in his country are all shallow. And he wants his children to be powerful and being half white would make them more powerful. I am a white girl. I make an excuse to leave because I am uncomfortable. I text him to tell him that I don't think we should be friends anymore because I think he is looking for more and it makes me uncomfortable. He immediately threatens to hurt my family members, of whom he has the names of on Facebook. He also reminds me that he knows where I go to school. Terrified, I block him on all platforms. 4 years later and he still makes attempts to contact me via his mom and brother's cell numbers.
How I got my wife to serve me my favorite meals whenever I want. You might think I'm a giant just based on the title, but I assure you, any other married man would have the same idea in my situation. About 2 months ago, I started having some strange health issues. I was tired often and I started getting spinning headaches almost on a daily basis. I was never really a doctor guy, and I hate fussing about my health and I rather just treat issues on my own or wait for them to go away on their own. My wife, on the other hand, was getting worried about me the longer my symptoms went on. She is the most caring partner I ever had and she never goes a day without telling me how much she loves me. She truly makes me feel like a king and she's always supporting her however she can. Anyway, after her nagging me for months to go to the doctor, I finally got checked out. I laughed when I got my diagnosis from the doctor. It turns out I just had some issues with severe dehydration and my doctor ordered me to replace all my daily soda intake with water. Seemed simple enough. I was ready to come home and tell my wife the good news. But when I got back to our apartment that night, a new plan unfolded in my mind. When I walked in, I saw my wife had cooked me my absolute favorite meal, steak and mashed potatoes. It must have taken her all day and the meal was delicious by all means. She spoke to me as I ate and said she had done her research on my symptoms and she thought I might have diabetes or low blood sugar. She then put her hand on mine and looked me deep in the eyes before she continued to speak. She looked like she might cry as she told me she loved me and that she would do everything she could to make sure I stayed healthy and energized. She told me all she wanted to do in this life was take care of me, and that she was proud of me for taking steps to care for my own health. The gears in my brain started turning as she spoke, and I saw a brilliant opportunity in front of me. She loved to cook and care for me, and I love to eat, so I figured no one would get hurt if I fudged the truth about my diagnosis a bit. After I finished my steak, I held her and told her that she was right, and that I had been diagnosed with low blood sugar that day at the doctor's. My wife looked devastated, and again she swore to me she would make sure I always had enough to eat and that she would never let my blood sugar drop too low. Ever since then, she's been cooking my favorite meals every single day without fail. I don't know how she manages it since she has a full-time job as well, but I've never been happier in my relationship, and again, no one's getting hurt.
My unhinged fiancé was livid when he learned I was wearing white at our wedding. He wants me to wear red so everyone knows I'm not pure. I've been with my fiancé for 6 years and engaged for the past 8 months. I've been doing most of the wedding planning, but my fiancé, let's just call him Ryan, will give his input here and there. So about a month ago Ryan out of nowhere said he was talking to some of his coworkers and thinks that I shouldn't wear a white dress. This was totally weird to me. Ryan is a very artistic guy, so I figured this was more about how the photos would turn out or something along those lines, but I'm set on wearing white. I told him this and I could see that he was annoyed, but he let it go. 2 weeks ago I finally picked and paid for my dress and this caused a huge argument. Ryan again came to me very annoyed. He asked to see the dress I picked, but I said no because I wanted it to be a surprise for our wedding day. He asked me to tell him what color it was, and when I said white, he threw a fit. I honestly do not see why this was a big deal. Almost everyone wears white on their wedding day. When I asked him what color he thought I'd be wearing, he told me I should wear red. Again, this was super weird to me. I asked him why I would wear red to our wedding, and he told me that brides only wear white when they are pure. For some background, Ryan and I started dating when I was 21 and he just turned 20. He was a virgin when we met, and I only had one other person who was my ex-boyfriend of 4 years throughout high school. This caused many problems. During the first year of our relationship, we almost did not continue dating because of how insecure he felt. After that first year, it was never a problem again until now, I guess. He went to his mom about all of this thinking she would convince me, but she's on my side. So 2 nights ago, Ryan, his mom, and I stood in our living room and argued about my intimate life being shown in a dress. His mom stated that he is no longer a virgin either, so maybe he should wear red too, and he bursted out crying. Ryan is still stating that me wearing white would be deceiving all of the guests and that it is different for guys. This all has honestly made me question even marrying this man. I don't know if it's just because everything is so fresh, but I'm really disgusted by him. He's not even religious, so I know this is just about him still thinking about me losing my virginity at 18 before I even knew him. I just needed to rant to anyone about his psycho this is. Update: I will start by saying I did not get married. Ryan made that decision quite easy for me. I do not think he ever talked to his coworkers about the dress. I think that was lie. After telling him I did not want to be together anymore, I asked him about everything that happened surrounding the wedding. I got no real answers out of him. Until this day I have no real closure. My best assumption is that he got sucked into misogynist forums surrounding purity and made up a story to bring it up to me. Our breakup was pretty nasty since he talked about me a lot online. There was a lot of name calling as well. Apparently I'm ran through, I'm fat, I let myself go, I look miserable without him. Eventually he stopped on his own as I never acknowledged any of it. We have no contact with each other at all, but I do know that last month he actually got engaged again. All I know about the girl is that she is 23, a hardcore Catholic, and actually looks very sweet. For her sake, I hope they work out.
My ex-housemate was potentially a serial aliver. It was the summer of 2015 when I moved in, and at first appearances my housemate/landlord Mike was somewhat normal, if not a bit socially awkward and dysfunctional. When I was signing the papers he was adamant that I should never go into the basement, which I thought was odd, but I really needed a place to stay, and, well, people have their little quirks, so I just chalked it up to that at the time. As I got to know Mike, and our cohabitation continued, I learned more about the depths of his dysfunction. Firstly, he used meth. Now I don't automatically judge people based on vices, but I was surprised at the extent of his use. He was probably the first person I knew who used meth and balanced a full-time job, enjoyed a decent amount of success. The reason this is important to the story is that when he would be around the house, drinking and using meth, he would start to run off at the mouth. He would often joke that if I smelled like coming from the basement, not to think anything of it. I think it was probably the third time he said this that I asked why he keeps saying that, and he said I use chemicals to clean up after the bodies with a wily grin on his face. I tried to chalk that up to a bad sense of humor, but it didn't sit right with me. He was also very particular that I let him know of my coming and going, and my work schedule. I remember him being shocked and uncomfortable one day that I ended up taking off from work, because he didn't realize that I was home. I remember that day because there was a lot of clanging, and what sounded like muffled shouting coming from the basement. His car was in the driveway, but he was not in the main house or his bedroom. Other days he would play very loud music that bumped through the whole house, sometimes he would even play NPR talk radio at those volumes. In retrospect I think he may have been trying to mask sounds. He would make remarks about sex workers, saying you can do whatever you want, you can choke them or beat them to death and nobody cares. I took exception to this. I told him I thought that was messed up. But when he would get tweaking, he'd always come back around to alluding to the same kind of violence, talking about how he was a normal white guy who owned a house and had a good career, so the police would never suspect him. At this point, I start to think that it has gone too far to simply be a joke. I was in a weird position, because money was tight at the time and my options were few. I tried to convince myself that even if he is messed up, he is probably just engaging in outward. I knew that he would acquire the services of sex workers on occasion, but again, did not judge that activity at face value, but started becoming concerned. Then, at one point when I was doing laundry, I caught whiffs of decomposition. The house we were in was in southeast Portland. It was relatively new. Having grown up in upstate New York, I know that animals can be trapped in walls and die, but this was the garage, and there were no animals scurrying in the walls. This was strange, and telling to me. I considered carefully what I would do, and decided I would confront him about the smell. I decided to pose the question in a somewhat suggestive way, by expanding on his jokes. I told him that he needs to do a better job cleaning up the bodies because I smelled decomposition from the garage. I will never forget his reaction. His eyes widened, and he shot me a sharp glare. Somewhere between fear and anger. He stumbled over his words and eventually responded, "What? Really?" I said yes, really. And there was a few seconds of awkwardness before he said, "Thanks for letting me know," and promptly went into his bedroom and shut the door. A few days after that he went into the upper crawlspace in the garage, while I was again doing laundry. He called for me and was trying to convince me to come up into the crawlspace. My body locked up and it was like my instincts were screaming at me that if I went up there I would not come back down. I gave some excuse that I can sparsely remember that I had to be someplace, packed up my laundry, threw it in my room, and left. He spent a lot of time in the padlocked basement without a doorknob. The only way in was through the backyard. I wish I would have gone down there in retrospect, to either confirm or dismiss the suspicions once and for all. In the last couple months I had lived there I was privy to more graphic comments about women, and sex workers, explicit talk of sexual violence, and he was using more and more. He once showed me a video he made. He is a graphic designer and artist as well, which featured heavy bondage themes, interspersed with distorted audio of women screaming, and this strange leering figure in a plague doctor costume. It was one of those situations where any one of these things alone may be innocuous, but as they accumulated it became suspicious to me. It was October of 2016 that I left there, taking off to Osity Oyate camp during the anti-pipeline protests with the Standing Rock Lakota. A mix of feeling called to action and having nothing to lose, as I wanted to get out of that house in the worst way. My last night there, I did not give notice that I was leaving. He was drinking and tweaking again. Started in on the same conversation, loosely describing murder and sexual violence in the tone of some sort of edgy joke. I told him he would be caught eventually, not even holding back my suspicion anymore. He reiterated that he was the last person police would suspect, and asserted that they wouldn't catch him. He said this in a very serious and concise way, dropping the pretense he had been using before. I left the next morning. This haunted me for months, then a year and a half. I felt as though I hadn't done anything. The guilt was eating away at me, so I called Portland Crime Stoppers, and put in an anonymous tip describing what I had described here. When I did, the operator started going back and forth putting me on hold because the call had piqued the interest of the police sergeant who was assigned to the call center, so they were asking me detailed questions about his vehicle, his house, the methods he described, etc. It seemed like they were interested. I gave them as much information as I could remember, and left it at that, feeling just a little better that I had at least tried to do something about it. Fast forward to recent times, I told my mother about all of this, and she became interested, asking what house this was, and she ended up pulling it up on maps. She put up the street view, and I noticed that there was a large enclosed trailer in the driveway that wasn't there when I was. I could theorize why it might have been there, but cannot put together a practical reason for it, or why he'd be using it, unless he was moving or using it to haul things to discard. Admittedly that is pure conjecture, but I couldn't help but wonder. I doubt that I will get closure, or have my suspicions validated unless he does finally get caught and arrested, and I read about it. I have grown up poor, and been around the lowlife a lot. I have interacted with many sketchy and unsavory people in my time, but none of them have ever made the impression that Mike made on me. Make of it what you will, but I hope I never meet him again. Told my wife, I don't want her dad to move in with us. Now she's taking the kids away unless I do as she says. There's a lot of background here, so I'll try and keep it to what's relevant. We've been married for 10 years, dated for 3 before that, and we have 2 kids. Her parents are divorced. Her mom comes from a wealthy family, and when her parents got married, her family did a lot of legal and financial stuff, including prenups, to keep the money safe. Growing up, her mom was busy a lot and was the primary breadwinner. Her dad really was the one who raised her. He was the one who took her to and from school, helped her with her homework, attended her shows, plays, games, etc. when she was 12. It turned out her mom had been having an affair, and it led to her parents divorcing. This is where her mom's family's money comes in. They were able to afford very good lawyers, and her money had already been locked up tight. So she wound up with custody and he left the marriage with not very much to his name. Since he had spent so much time raising her, he had neglected his own career and struggled after that. My wife has a fraught relationship with her mother. She never really forgave her mother for the affair and the divorce, believing that her mother destroyed her dad's life. Once she was a teenager, she chose to move in with her dad, so that's a bit of background info. She remained close to her dad. To this day, he's been an active part of our lives, and he spends a lot of time with our kids, who both love him, but he's been struggling. COVID was really hard for him because he couldn't work. He fell behind on his bills, struggling to catch up ever since, and now he's about to be evicted. My wife wants him to move in with us. She says it's absolutely unacceptable to her for him to be homeless when we have a basement we can move him into. The thing is, the basement is my space. It's set up to be my retreat, and she now wants to turn it into a bedroom for him. We've been arguing about this because she says she won't allow him to be homeless, and my point is he won't be homeless. He has a place. He can go with his sister, but she lives on the other side of the country, and my wife hates that idea. She says she wants him to be a part of her and our kids' lives and not on the other side of the country. He's not a bad guy, and I don't hate him or anything. I just want some space for our family. My wife's position is that he is family and he can help with the kids. She's accusing me of caring more about my man cave than the well-being of her father. That's an exaggeration. He isn't going to be homeless. He can move in with his sister. This argument is starting to become pretty ugly now, and she's threatening to take the kids and move out to find a place with him if I want to agree to let him move in here. I resent that threat. I'm starting to wonder if this is really a hill I should lay on. On the other hand, I'm shocked and angry that my wife seems ready to throw away our entire marriage over this. Update 1: I'm going to talk to my wife about getting him an in-law suite in our yard that he can stay in permanently and give up the basement until we can build it. The comments have helped me play out how the most likely scenarios would go. Just so everyone knows whose side you're all taking here. She's a spoiled rotten princess who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Everything she has was given to her between my salary and the trust fund her grandparents left her. She doesn't need to work, but she does anyway and complains. She needs her dad's help with the kids. I'm a surgeon and she's an interior designer. Which one of us contributes more to humanity? She's a shallow, vapid woman who decorates houses while I'm saving lives. Wife's perspective: my husband is a surgeon, and according to him, he's the most important person in the world. A god among men who casually determines mortality and is far too important to be bothered by the trivial concerns of us Europeans. Concerns like maybe you should spend some time with your kids. But oh no. You see, he works so hard and has so much pressure that when he's home, he has to be sequestered from the annoying sounds of our girls playing. Or, being happy to see him. My dad has picked up the slack. He's been the one who changes their diapers. I drop them off at school and go to work, and dad picks them up and stays with them until I get home. My dad is the one who taught them to ride a bike, attends plays and dance recitals, helps with homework, dresses as Santa, organizes Easter egg hunts, and hosts tea parties. My husband is far too important for any of that. Despite the fact that my husband has absolutely no interest in our kids, he is still upset that the kids are closer to my dad than him. Now, my dad is struggling financially. We have the means to help him, but my husband doesn't want to. He'd rather see my dad move to the other side of the country and be removed from our kids' lives. I put my foot down and he goes on Reddit to whine about it. Well, now I'm here too. Dear Update 1. Wow, this all blew up. I was so angry when I posted this. Now I'm just drained. He came by yesterday to pick up some things, and we argued. The girls were out with my dad because I knew this would be a fight, and I didn't want them around for this. He said awful things, just awful about me, my dad, and the girls. After he left, I talked to my mom. We have a difficult relationship, but if there's one person I want in my corner going into the divorce, it's her. And the divorce is happening. I saw an attorney my mom recommended today. I'm really glad I went through with that prenup my mom wanted when we got married. Now, at this point, I won't speak to my soon-to-be ex-husband. My lawyer is doing my talking for me. This has been so exhausting. Thank you, everyone, for all the support. It helped to read the comments and knowing people supported me. He made me feel so small and stupid yesterday, and he said awful things about our girls. I'm not mad anymore. I'm just heartbroken. Our girls deserve better than this. I really wanted better for them. I just wanted to have a family and a nice home, but now I'm just going through a divorce like my parents. I never wanted this. I tried so hard to keep this all together so we didn't wind up here, but I failed to edit. I'm done. This isn't about the man cave or the space, and you know it. We have the money to help my dad. We have a 7-bedroom house with a pool house and a movie theater. This isn't about space or money. This is about you being petty and jealous that the girls are closer to my dad than you. Get this through your thick head. That's your fault. For 9 years, everything else in your life has been more important than the girls. You work 70 hours a week, and when you're not at work, you go golfing with the people you work with. Or you're at a medical conference with the people you work with. Or you're dragging me to some fundraiser with the people you work with. When you are at home, you need to sequester yourself because the sound of my girls annoy you. You seem to conveniently forget that they're your children, too. You only seem to remember that part when I want to move my father in to help me with our girls. It's amazing how you can be so smart and so stupid at the same time. You're upset that the girls love dad more than you, and you're such a petty and small man that your solution is to ship him off out of their lives and break our girls' hearts. But you don't plan to actually be a part of their lives. You just want my dad gone and I won't let you take him out of their lives. The family is me, the girls, and my father. Your family is the people you work with, and you're married to your job, not me. Well, you can have it. Don't bother coming home. Just stay at the hospital or whatever. I don't care anymore. I'm done. I'm done trying to make this marriage work. I'm done begging you to be a father. The girls won't miss you anyway. You've never shown an interest in their lives. And I am done letting you hurt and neglect my children. They deserve someone in their lives who loves and cares for them and shows interest in them. And you clearly don't. If you want to drag this out onto Reddit, then fine. Let's do this on Reddit. I'm divorcing you. We're done. Go save the world. You're free. By the way, you're worse than your parents. They may have been weird and misguided, but they were a part of your life. And now he wants to talk about this in private. Now he has a problem with this being on Reddit? You're the one who brought it here. Honey, deal with the bed you made. If a daughter-in-law is being bothered by her mother-in-law in the absence of her husband, what can she do? My husband and I were going through a really tough time in our marriage. BTW, it survived and flourished again, and we're stronger than ever because of that. Thanks. Mother-in-law clearly picked up in the vibes and felt concerned on his behalf. She never asked if anything was troubling us, but, several times, she had a go at me, always when he was not in the room. As we were leaving after our usual weekly visit, I spoke to him about which bags were where, just information, not any criticism, but, as he carried some to the car, she had a go at me. You're not to speak to him like that. He does a lot for you. I said, I do a lot for him too. He was immediately back in the room and I asked her to repeat what she'd just said, but she didn't. I quoted her exact words to him, then asked him if he'd felt offended by the way I'd spoken to him just before. No, he answered, full of puzzlement. I then told her he was a grown man and could speak up for himself if he had a problem with me, so she didn't have to speak on his behalf. Naturally, she was concerned and feeling protective of her son, without necessarily trusting that I wasn't the problem, but having her get at me was not helping. At least my husband was now aware of that happening. That was enough of a positive outcome at the time. Once life got easier and clearer, our relationship became more relaxed and ended up a very positive one. Me and her, I mean, as well as me and my wonderful husband. Thank you all for listening and reading. Thoughts on this?
First time in gym. My very first exercise is bench. Next to me are some Zoomers. They snicker and say to themselves, this dude looks like he sits behind computer 24/7. About to cry. Make up some BS like I'm thirsty and go to toilet so I can pack and leave. Some dude stops me and say if he can use bench. It's mother ducking Chad just like from the memes. Say yeah. Asks if I will spot him. Oh, okay. We start to talk. He noticed I'm first timer in the gym. He teaches me lifts, we talk for hour, and for this whole hour it feels like I'm safe and protected. My face when this Chad says, see you tomorrow, okay? I have leg day and I will teach you deadlifts. Is this how Chads are? Is this how it feels to unalive for a king? It felt like a dream, but it was all real. My king, my liege, we will make.
A girl approaches you and says, pretend we're friends. I'm being followed. What would you do? Pretend we're friends, but not follow her to a second location. That seems like a good way to lose a kidney. This happened to me about 3 years ago. I was in Home Depot and a young woman, about half my age, walked up to me, with a guy right on her shoulder, babbling about something, and she said, Uncle Steve. I didn't think I'd see you until Mom's birthday party. Looked at her a little confused, but she made a help me face, and so I said, well, you're in town already. This is a fun surprise. You wanna shop together? We can talk a little while we get our stuff. She gave the kind of look I expect Superman gets when he plucks somebody from a burning building. Creepy guy was still there, so I made my voice a little gruff and said, do you need something? He said no and went away. We shopped and got our stuff, checked out. I walked her to her car and watched while she drove away.
I caught my husband texting a minor. I don't know what to do after discovering her true identity. My husband and I have known each other for 3 years and got married 6 months ago. He is everything I could have asked for. I thought I had been living the dream, but now everything has fallen apart. 2 hours into our road trip, my husband decided to take a stop at a gas station and get us some snacks. I stayed inside the car and was waiting for him until I noticed he got a notification from Instagram. This surprised me because he was always adamant on never wanting to get Instagram. I opened up his phone and decided to check what it was. Upon opening it, I found messages with a teenage girl. I only saw a couple of them, but they consisted of, I love you. I can't wait to see you again. And him sliding on her stories saying she looks beautiful. I clicked on her profile and it was obvious she was a teenager. The fact he was cheating on me didn't even register in my brain, and it was more so the fact that he was texting these things to someone who was underage. I didn't have the chance to look further because he came back within 10 minutes. I didn't know what to do. I was terrified, betrayed, and disgusted. I was stuck with him for 6 more hours and he noticed that I was acting weird. I didn't want to confront him on the road and I felt like these hours were driving me crazy. I have been faking being sick just to get him off my back as to why I am not holding his hand or being affectionate with him. I know I should go along with it and pretend for my sake, but I physically couldn't bring myself to. I tried to take a nap to make the time go by much faster. I just needed to rest my brain before I did something I'd regret. We were heading to my parents' house and I really wanted to be by them. However, within 45 minutes my husband woke me up and told me he found a nearby hotel for us to stay in. He said he was worried about me and wanted me to rest in a real bed. He also bought medicine for me. At this point, I was freaking out because knew I was in an unfamiliar area and he was being extra clingy.
Her hair was all over the place. She looked like a female Snoop Dogg if he had been addicted to substances other than Mary Jane. I thought she was just a tweaker that just found herself in the wrong place. I figured she would just get escorted out with no incident until she grabbed my client's girlfriend by the head and started beating her in front of the family. Now I didn't know what to think. The girl was wearing a Cookie Monster t-shirt and brutalizing the girlfriend. There was no longer any order in this courtroom. The bailiff went to break up the fight. She was a 5-foot black woman that was built like the Red Angry Birds character. It didn't matter. As soon as she got over there she whipped out her taser and hit the Cookie Monster woman with it. Cookie Monster got stiff as a board and fell to the ground. The bailiff stood over her and got snooker punched by my client's girlfriend. The girlfriend was so delirious at that point that she just started fighting the first body she saw in front of her. She got the bailiff across the head. Before long, they were engaged in a demented battle. I was watching, in awe, like everyone else in the courtroom. All of a sudden I was clobbered with a right hook that came out of nowhere. Apparently my client's boys were there to send me a message too. They used the distraction caused by Mrs. Cookie Monster to sucker punch me and the other lawyer. One of the guys went for the prosecutor, and the other went after the judge. The prosecution must have taken self-defense classes because when I looked over there, she had this guy in some sort of arm lock that looked excruciating. The other guy knocked the judge out pretty easily and went to grab my client. They ran out with the guy still in handcuffs and tried to make their escape. The bailiff was still engaged in a raging battle against the tweaker and my client's girlfriend, who had seemingly teamed up against the law. As soon as the guys opened the door, they were tackled by a squad of cops. The courtroom was in shambles. It was pure chaos. In my 20 years of practice, I have never seen anything like this. The judge ended up being fine. It turned out the Cookie Monster woman was my client's other girlfriend that he had been seeing without telling her about his main girl. Nearly everyone involved with the siege of the courtroom was arrested. I got to take off for a while and recover from the trauma of that day, but I just wanted paid time off. In reality, I thought the whole experience was awesome. I yelled at my disabled cousin for trying to make love with me. My cousin has Down syndrome and lives with my aunt and uncle. I've always been kind to her and treated her with the utmost respect. Growing up I always played with her at family events. She loves Just Dance, and we had a positive relationship. There was never anything concerning and she looked up to me as the sibling she never had. I've been struggling with PTSD, anxiety, and panic attacks ever since I had an intimate encounter go wrong with a grinder partner. I won't get into the details on here, but just know that it was extremely psychologically scarring. At my family's Juneteenth party at my aunt and uncle's house, I suddenly had a panic attack and was nearly reduced to tears. I was breathing like I just ran a marathon, and I felt like the sky was closing in on me. I excused myself, hid in my aunt and uncle's bathroom, and just broke down and cried. That's when I heard a shaking on the doorknob and faked my best cough to make sure nobody came in. But my cousin didn't recognize this and decided to just come inside anyway. Keep in mind the Down syndrome. She closed the door and started making a creepy laughing sound as she undressed in front of me. I was horrified and sat there on the toilet trying to cover up my privates. I had instinctively taken my pants off when I got on the toilet even though I had no intention of using it. I told her to stop and that it was inappropriate, but she kept repeating these disgusting lines I think she'd heard in adult films and started pleasuring herself. I begged her to stop and to go away, but to no avail. The PTSD took over and I panicked. When she made a move to climb onto my lap, I made a break for the door and ran out of the bathroom with my pants around my ankles. A group of elderly family members was sitting inside and was absolutely appalled at the sight of me running and screaming while exposed. My cousin came dashing out of the bathroom after me, exposed, and talked to me in a sing-song intimate voice. I broke. I pulled my pants up and let loose on my cousin with a profanity-laced ableist tirade. I yelled at her for her disgusting attempt at incest and shamed her for her disability. I told her she was a worthless burden on the family and that she was a red-ass dunce. She burst into tears and my family members stared in horror. I can't imagine what they were thinking. I kept bellowing my head off until my brother pulled me away and shut me up. After a few minutes, I came to my senses and spent hours apologizing to my cousin and to my family. I cried and explained what my cousin did and how I didn't mean anything I said and I'm so sorry. It was rough. Since then, much of my family has completely shunned and shamed me for my behavior. I know that what I said was awful, and there's no excuse for it. The PTSD just took over and I lost control, but nobody understands the trauma. I could use some support right now.
My sister mocked my son and said that he is delusional to think that he is like Percy Jackson, so I told her to pack her things because she isn't welcome in my home anymore. My son loves the water. Ever since he was little, he's always wanted to be either at the beach or the pool. He loves to swim, surf, etc., and I mean it when I say it's his favorite thing. We live near a beach, so sometimes he'll just go sit at the beach for a while. It's something he's been doing since he was 12. My sister and her kids were visiting and it was going fine, but then I noticed my son was never home. I asked him about it and he said that it's just really overwhelming at the house because his cousins never leave him alone. They're 8 and 9-year-old girls that adore him, so he just goes to the beach to avoid them. I told him I understood and talked to my sister, who said she'd talk to them. Well, yesterday I came home to my nieces sitting in the living room watching a movie. My son and sister were nowhere to be found. Neither of them were answering the phone either. I'm not usually concerned, but my son always sends me a text or answers my phone calls at least. I got the girls and went to the beach and found my son at his usual spot. But my sister was there too and she was yelling at him. She said something along the lines of, "You do realize that you aren't in some film where the main character is like connected to the sea or has magic ocean powers, right? Like, you realize that you aren't like that Percy Jackson character and your dad isn't some sea god?" My son looked incredibly upset and he has an explosive temper, so I knew he was about to say something crazy, so I immediately jumped in and asked my sister what the hell her problem was. She looked taken aback but said that she told my son to watch the girls while she went to get food, but when she came back he wasn't there and the girls were alone. My son insists that he said he was busy, but my sister insists that he didn't. They went back and forth on this without letting me get a word in, and I eventually just told my sister that this wasn't working out and that if she was going to fight and argue with my son and mock him, then she isn't welcome in my home. She looked shocked and said that I need to stop coddling my son and stop feeding into his ridiculous delusions. I just told her to pack her shit. She said that her daughters will remember this and that I shouldn't be surprised when no one wants the weird side of the family, meaning my son and I, around anymore. I feel bad because her daughters look genuinely upset, and I mean my son could be lying as well. And I don't know, maybe his love for the water isn't healthy, but that's never crossed my mind before. Ida? Edit. I suppose the mocking doesn't make sense without context. My child's father left us. When my son was younger, my brother got him into the Percy Jackson books, and my son got pretty attached to the character and would tell people that he was the character and would say that his dad was similar to Poseidon, which is why he wasn't around. I haven't read the book so I don't know the details, but it was for a very short while when he was a lot younger. He hasn't even mentioned Percy Jackson in years. My golden child sister has once again ruined my birthday. My sister is the miracle golden child. She always gets what she wants whenever she wants. One time when we were going to our grandma's funeral, we drove past a carnival. My sister caught wind of it and kept asking if we could go. My parents reminded her that this was not the time, that we had to go pay our respects, but she didn't like their answer and began kicking the car seats. This was causing a major distraction and my dad nearly swerved into another car. My parents gave in and brought her to the carnival. They are always trying to please her and make her happy. My parents make a big effort on her birthday and do whatever that she asks for, but they can barely remember mine. Conveniently, they are broke when mine rolls around and I'd be lucky to get a cake. This year I wanted to enjoy my birthday, so I babysat and even mowed lawns to make this possible. My birthday was today and I'm throwing myself my first ever party tomorrow. I have been planning for weeks and invited all my friends. I bought the food, snacks and drinks and picked up my custom-made cake yesterday with my own money. Today when I got home, I noticed that my cake, which was in the fridge, had a huge slice missing. I panicked and asked my dad, and he shrugged and nonchalantly said that my sister was crying for it and it was just a small piece, my friends won't even notice. I yelled at him asking him why he would do something like that when it wasn't even bought with his money and that my sister could have waited for tomorrow. This made him angry and he went on a tirade about how disrespectful I am. He laid hands on me and said if I'm going to act like an adult because of my stupid party, I'm going to be treated like one. I've now locked myself in my room and considered calling the whole thing off.
My wife treats me like an outsider in my own family. I have no one. I have been married for 15 years. I have known my wife since I was 8. We have 3 daughters together. 17, 14, and 11. I'm tired of feeling like I'm an outsider in my relationships with all of them. I'm just an ATM and taxi service to my kids. My wife hasn't kissed me in 6 months. She has not said that she loves me in 1.5 years. No matter how much I communicate, try to plan anything or do anything, it is always shot down, forgotten, or dismissed. I don't get angry and don't yell. I don't get physical. I like to splurge during birthdays and Mother's Day. I throw parties and give gifts and try to show how much I love them. I get a lukewarm, thanks, and if I'm lucky, a side hug that lasts 0.0001 seconds. This week was the breaking point. Father's Day. I wake up to an empty house. Odd. No note, nothing was written on the calendar, and nothing said beforehand. I sent a text, and I get back. I took the girls out for a spa day, don't wait up. Then nothing, literally nothing. Dinner time comes around, and they get home. How their say was, it was fine. I ask what they would like for dinner. Nothing, we already ate at one of my favorite restaurants. Cool, whatever. There is no mention of it being Father's Day. No, I love you, how are you? Nothing. Fast forward to Wednesday. Which was my birthday. Nothing. Literally again, nothing. I suggested plans. They get shot down. I suggested food. Nope, shot down. Ask about watching a movie, they are all too busy, they just sat on their phones doing nothing. Now to Thursday night. I'm in bed. My wife is next to me. She rolls over and says in a crappy tone, "Oh, your birthday was the other day." I guess you expect to have intimacy. That broke something in me, best of my memory of how it went down. I said no, I don't expect intimacy. At this point, I don't expect anything anymore. Her, what is that supposed to mean? So I started asking her questions. When was the last time we shared a kiss? Like a week? Nope, it was in December, and it was during her parents' holiday party. When was the last time we had intimacy? The beginning of the year? Nope, wrong, it has been over a year. She was adamant that we did it in February. I was dealing with my mom's health and her passing. So I said something like, you may have had intimacy but it wasn't with me. When was the last time you said you love me? I say it all the time. Not to me, check your messages / you don't say it to me face to face. Well, you should just know I do. When was the last time we went on a date? Long pause. Her, you're being unfair. Emotions turned on fully. I was crying and raising my voice at this point. It asks her how? She can't answer. I asked her how wanting any sign of love from anyone in the house is unfair. If expecting anything for my birthday or Father's Day was unfair. She got a no shit look. Yeah, you forgot that as well. I'm not an ATM, I'm not a taxi service, I'm not a punching bag. She asked why this was coming up out of the blue. It didn't. I have tried to talk to my family and again get dismissed or ignored. I brought up examples. I got an I didn't know you were serious. I didn't know it was such a big deal. I left saying something to the point of if you want to pretend that I'm invisible and don't exist, fine, you don't have to pretend anymore. I left the house at almost midnight. On Thursday / Friday morning. Haven't been home since. I'm not sure what to do now. I'm finally sober enough to think, but I don't know what to do. First time drinking in over 15 years by the way, and I'm not going to drink anymore. I love my family. But I can't keep this up. I don't know what more I can do. I think they would be happier without me. They already act like I don't exist. I can't be the one who is blamed for everything. If I truly am the problem, then me not being there should fix it. I can't do it anymore. I have tried to be a good provider, a good partner, and a good dad. Never missed an event of our kids. Never prioritized work. I kept good hours so I could see them more. Took on more responsibility to better our life and future. But, it is never appreciated. It is never enough. I am never enough. I only have one message from my wife: I'm sorry for making you feel that way. We all love you, and we are here for you when you want to come home and talk. That is it. No other messages. No calls. Nothing from the kids. I feel like if they really wanted me there, they would try reaching out more. All of the kids have their own phone. I don't know what she told them. I'm sure they heard me raise my voice. Me raising my voice would have definitely got their attention since I never do. I'm sure they heard me leave. I just don't know. My wife cheated on me with my best friend, but their stories are different. I don't know who to believe. My wife Lisa and my best friend Tom used to hang out in a group for years. We were kind of known to be the three musketeers of sorts. Even when Tom eventually found someone of his own to marry, Lisa was best friends with her as well. Lisa and Tom had an extremely close relationship, though, and would often call each other platonic soulmates. One day, Lisa came up to me and told me she didn't feel comfortable being alone with Tom anymore. I asked her why and she didn't tell me at first. For weeks, whenever we had a social gathering with Tom, they'd stare at each other for a while, but would never talk. I thought they just had an argument until one day, Lisa came to sobbing. I listened to her side of the story and then asked Tom his side. There's an issue though, they both have different sides of the story. Lisa says that last weekend, she and Tom were alone listening to music together after his wife went to bed. Lisa said Tom was standing next to her and unexpectedly kissed her on the lips. Lisa said she recoiled and said no, she was with me and he was married to her best friend. Lisa says Tom then took out his schlong and said that they were both free spirits and it was not cheating unless he put it in her kitty. Lisa says she told Tom she was in love with me, laughed it off, he put it away and ended the night with Tom driving her home a while later. Lisa says this was not consensual and she and Tom decided that it would not be a good idea to be alone together in the future. Lisa revealed this to me after Tom was upset with Lisa after not hanging out again a few nights later. Lisa said she was afraid of what Tom might say to me, and me leaving her as a result, and afraid of losing her friendship with Tom's wife. I asked Tom what happened. Tom says they were SI dancing together. They were close and he kissed her open mouth and felt her breasts. Tom said this went on for a few minutes and nothing more happened. Tom said they stopped because Lisa said it was cheating on both me and his wife. Tom said since he was a free spirit and did not consider what was happening cheating, he wanted to jokingly prove a point that he could even take his schlong out and it still wasn't cheating unless he put it in her kitty. Tom said that the dancing, kissing, honker grabbing was consensual, and they mutually decided to not be alone together again. Tom is afraid of his wife finding out. Tom said he did not tell me because he did not consider anything that happened cheating, but admitted his wife would consider it cheating and would divorce him. Both Lisa and Tom have incentive to minimize or not fully disclose what actually happened for fear of my reaction and said they were fearful of me telling Tom's wife. Lisa is adamant in her version. Tom is adamant in his version. Both do not want me saying anything to Tom's wife. Did something more happen? Who is telling the truth? What is the dumbest way you have managed to get laid? Let a girl eat some of my ramen at a party, she insisted on having more and I told her there was plenty more back at my apartment. So I just picked up my dog from Petco after getting him groomed and ran inside to pay my bill and pick up some dog treats. The girl at the register was clearly having a bad day, we chatted up a bit, and she explained she just got dumped by a guy over a tattoo. I told her that I was having a bad day too, and if she wanted to give me a call after she is off and I'll buy her a beer. Later that evening she sent me a text asking if I wanted to see the tattoo she got dumped over. I said yes. She then sent me a picture of a pair of wolf paws tattooed on her chest. I just responded nice, and she then asked if I wanted to see them in person. My friend was at the club, and he's the kind of guy that doesn't go to clubs at all. He saw a girl on the dance floor he liked, and we all told him he should go talk to her. He went down, and 10 minutes later we see him walking out the club with the girl he liked. We were all shocked he got a girl the first try. The next day we asked what happened, and he told us he just complimented how good her belly button looked. My buddy used to try to do this thing at the bar where he would dance his butt into girls and hope they'd start dancing with him. It never worked even one time. But one time I was standing on the edge of the dance floor and he was trying to do it to this girl, and she grabbed onto me and pulled me into her and whispered in my ear, "Pretend to be my boyfriend," so that my friend would go away. My friend left and I danced with her all night and then spent the rest of the weekend with her. My girlfriend called me her princess. You know those relationships where you can just be yourself? No filters, no judgments, just pure unfiltered fun? That's how it's always been with my girlfriend, 19F, and me, 19M. We've been dating for some time now, and we're that couple that people sometimes roll their eyes at because we're always giggling and playfully teasing each other. To give you some context, I'm the sort of guy who doesn't look like he'd be into playful teasing. I'm a big guy, both tall and muscular, and more than a few people have told me I can be pretty intimidating. It's a weird contrast to the real me, a guy who loves a good laugh, enjoys hanging out with friends, and who feels incredibly lucky to have found such a wonderful girl who gets me. So here's where the story takes an unexpected turn. The other day, my girlfriend and I were hanging out with our close friends. We were all relaxed, laughing, telling stories, and just enjoying each other's company. Out of nowhere, my girlfriend turned to me with this gleam in her eye, and she called me her pretty princess. Now, imagine that for a second. Here's this big, rugged guy being called a pretty princess in front of all his friends. Of course, I played it cool and acted like I hated the idea, even pretending to be all tough and offended. My friends laughed, she laughed, and we moved on to other topics. But here's the thing. That moment, as silly and insignificant as it might seem, has been on my mind ever since. It's like a little spark that keeps igniting every time I think about it. Every time I remember the way she said it, with that mix of affection and playfulness, I can't help but smile. I mean, really smile, from the inside out. There's something about that nickname, Pretty Princess, that feels like a secret between the two of us. It's as if she's seen a side of me that no one else sees, a softer, more vulnerable side, and she loves it, just as I love the side of her that comes out when we're together. I know it's just a nickname, but it's become something more to me. It's a symbol of our relationship, a reminder of how we can be our true selves with each other. I'm a big guy, I've got thick skin, but this makes me melt. I love it so much, and I hope she never stops calling me that. It's funny how something so small can mean so much, how a simple nickname can encapsulate everything special about a relationship. It's one of those things that makes me realize just how lucky I am to have her, and you know what? If being her pretty princess makes her happy, then I wouldn't have it any other way. It's our thing, our special connection, and I treasure it more than words can say. What's the most unprofessional thing a doctor has ever said to you? During a consultation, told me he refused to consider a surgery on the basis that he has the same condition and can exercise just fine. He then proceeded to actually tell me I didn't need to pursue physical wellness as I looked okay, especially compared to the average person from your town, you know. With a wink. Like, bruh, you have me leave work to drive an hour to refuse to help me out and then insult my hometown. I disputed the $300 consultation bill on the premise that there was no service given, and they dropped it. Not me, but my mom. She was working in the garden and a dog startled her. She nearly cut off one of her fingers. Doctor at the hospital told her, "May, housewives don't need 5 fingers." Finger was reattached but is stiff since many years. I'm wondering to this day if that is because of the unprofessional attitude of this man. When I was 21 I dislocated my shoulder and it continued to hurt for weeks. Went to a specialist, he suggested the pain was all in my head. After an MRI he realized I had a slap tear in my shoulder, so I said, "Looks like it's not all in my head," and he looked at me with such contempt. I never went back to that a-hole. I was in a cult. 3 years ago, when I was in college, I was suffering with severe depression. I took medication and attended therapy and group therapy. One day in my group therapy our therapist told us that there's a man here to talk to us. For reasons, let's call him Bob. Bob was really energetic, really friendly and understanding. He spoke to us on our level, a bunch of vulnerable teenagers. He told us about a group therapy holiday. We go away over the summer holidays and do some cool things like rafting, rock climbing, etc. He explained that it was completely free because the college would pay for us to go, and it lasts 5 weeks. Not many people were interested, but I decided to ask him a few questions after the session. He told me that it was all about adventure, making friends and having fun, whilst continuing our therapy. I asked for some details off him but he didn't have a card, so he asked for mine. Stupidly I gave him my phone number, email address and home address. Later that night I was telling my parents about it. They seemed a little suspicious but I was trying to convince them. Whilst we were talking there was a knock at the door. It was Bob. My dad welcomed him in and he spoke to both of them explaining that it is good for my mental health and it's also a lot of experiences, as well as completely free. After talking for a while my parents agreed that I could go. They filled out some paperwork and the next time I saw Bob was when I got on the coach, with lots of other people around my age. Bob was really enthusiastic and everyone looked excited, albeit we were all having mental health issues. Bob explained that on our first day we would be doing an adventure course and building a raft, to help with teamwork with our fellow campers. We drove north to a walled-off campsite. It was huge. As we got off the bus, everyone had to go for a physical checkup. It was uncomfortable, but I assumed it was to make sure we could take part in the events. The doctor was very thorough. When we left, we couldn't find our suitcases, so we guessed they were brought to our rooms, but when we got to our rooms, they weren't there either. I asked Bob and he said that we weren't allowed them, and we weren't allowed phones either. He asked for all our phones, me and the other boys in my room refused, but then he said that it was in the contract we signed. Reluctantly, we all gave up all our possessions and he gave us these ugly tracksuits to wear because we didn't want our nice clothes to get dirty. We did some activities and they were fun, but then we all went for dinner. Before anyone started eating, one of the group leaders said that we should all pray. I'm not religious and there was indication this was a religious group, so I was a bit confused. The group leader said we should say thanks to the gods for bringing us all together. I thought this was weird but assumed he was just being inclusive of everyone's religions. Later that night we all went to bed. Whilst we were in bed, another group leader, let's call him Todd, came in and forced us all to stand up. We did, and he told us all off for sleeping in our boxers. He said that we should sleep in the tracksuits. We put our tracksuits on and as soon as he left we took them off again. It was summer after all. The next few days were pretty much the same. There were some fun activities but they were always shadowed by the group leaders acting weird and very strict. The boys and girls weren't allowed to talk to each other. When we went swimming we went in our tracksuits. We were really only allowed to talk during these activities. And every meal we had to pray, and the leaders always said things like the gods will show us the way to the end, and honestly I was getting really creeped out. We did exciting activities but we also had to some more boring ones, like meditation. They also told us that if we wanted to stay after the 5 weeks we could stay, and we could invite our families to live with us. One evening I asked Bob if I could call home, just because I wanted to talk to my family. He said that my family was already told that I arrived safely and I'm happy. I tried to argue it but he was determined to not let me contact my family until the 5 weeks were up. I didn't know where they took my suitcase so I had no way of contacting them. That evening there was a campfire event. It was integrated with a group therapy session. I asked to use the bathroom in the main building and sneaked off. There was a small office that was empty and the lights were off, so I went in and used the phone to call my home phone. I told my mom what was happening and she said that they would come and get me straight away. In the back of the office was another room filled with suitcases, and a plastic box filled with phones. It took a while to find my phone but I stuck it in my pocket and then tried to look for my suitcase. Whilst I was looking, Todd walked into the office and caught me. He practically dragged me out and sat me down in the hallway, yelling at me for disobeying the rules. He said I was trying to get to my clothes, and it was a sin to be proud, or something. He took me back to the group and told the other group leaders in front of everyone else. The group leaders were then angry at everyone and started going over the rules. We were all sent to bed without dinner. In bed I was on my phone, texting my dad who said they were arriving now. I made sure the other boys didn't see I had my phone. Eventually my dad texted me saying something like we are outside, come now, so I pretty much jumped out of bed and ran out as fast as I could, past the group leaders who tried to stop me from running out the building. Down the dirt road to my mom's car at the edge of the campsite, the leaders chasing me. My dad got out the car and locked me in the car with my mom. The group leaders were saying that I wasn't allowed to leave, that my parents signed a contract saying I can't leave until the 5 weeks are up. My dad refused and they tried to open the doors to get me out. Somehow my dad got back into the car and the doors were locked before they could get me out, and my parents drove me home. At home I told my parents everything. The next morning Todd and some other group leaders were at my front door. My dad told them to go away as they still tried to get me to come back to the camp, but they wouldn't leave without me. My dad called the police and the police escorted them away. We couldn't see them, but we knew they were watching. I pretty much didn't leave the house for the rest of the summer, and I was constantly peering out of my window. When college started again I left the house on my own for the first time to go get the bus, and as I walked down the road I could hear Todd and the others calling after me. I tried to run but there were around 10 of them. They surrounded me on the street. A few people from their houses heard the commotion and I yelled out for them to call the police. A few men came out and a fight started. I managed to run back to my house and lock myself in. The group leaders were arrested, but the next week a new group would show up in my area. Eventually we moved house. I stopped going to college and we had to start a whole new life. We don't live in witness protection, but we use fake identities to stop them from finding us. My parents were in contact with the college and the police. The college stopped funding the group and the police told us that they would start an investigation, and that Todd had unalived himself whilst on bail. I don't know much more than that, but I hope that everyone in the group are safe. My boyfriend's mom didn't realize she was on speakerphone while I was in the room. My boyfriend and I were making dinner together yesterday when his mom called. I'd why, but we've always just had a thing where we automatically put our calls on speakerphone whenever we're together. This was never something we've explicitly talked about doing. We've just both always done it since we started dating, although sometimes it does lead to some awkward or at least interesting moments. So as usual, he put his mom on speaker, unbeknownst to her, and she goes, "Did you see my text? BF, no? Her, well, what color of Mickey ears would she want so I can buy her some for our trip? They invited me to go on their Disneyland trip with them in a few weeks, BF, glancing over at me, grinning, either yellow or pink. She then continues by asking about our plans with his sisters and if a certain ring would be ready by the time of the trip. BF, hey mom, I gotta call you back later, I'm in the middle of dinner. Love ya. It's such a simple but sweet gesture that she thought to get me something for their trip to Disneyland even though they're already paying for everything. I can't stop smiling just thinking about it. I'm going to be marrying into an amazing family soon, and I just had to get it off my chest how ecstatic I am. How did the cool kids from your high school turn out? Our class clown became a pastor, was granted parsonage and now lives in a big house 2 blocks away from me. Has a loving family and is still funny as hell. The super nerd is still a super nerd. Assistant professor at CUNY. He has a wife and a son now. The kid is becoming more of a jock though. Apparently got his mother's side of the genes. The beaches are about that every time we hang out. The braces chick turned out to be one of the coolest people I know. We went to the same university. We became friends on the first day we hung out in college. Now lives in Amsterdam with her husband. No kids. No braces. They insisted I stay in their apartment when I was there. Amsterdam would have never been that much fun had I not stayed with them. The head cheerleader also went to the same university I did. Now a divorce attorney in Boston. Not married. See, if you read this I swear this time I got the perfect guy for you. The artist is a graphic designer for a jewelry company. The musician is still a musician, working on the dream of becoming a household name. The math genius won $200K in a lottery, quit his job, and is now traveling the world. He is the one who used to say he would never ever buy a lottery ticket. The social justice warrior is still fighting the good fight. Got arrested twice. Got into a bout with minor depression after Occupy Wall Street turned out to be so fruitful. The dealer went to college for 8 years. He finally graduated 2 years ago. And we partied hard. Even the divorce lawyer showed up. I guess people need a break from all the divorcing. The popular girl went to Marymount. Works for a well-known publisher. Single mother. Has a cool kid and a dog. The basketball star went to a Division II school in California. Now works for an insurance company there. The baseball star went to Rutgers. Now a corporate pilot. The metalhead is still a metalhead. Has a weird thing for motorcycles. Kind of a meathead, but turned out okay all things considered. Answering this question at the moment. The crackhead died in an apartment fire. For real.
My sister-in-law's son cried to me when he learned that his mom is pregnant again, but my sister-in-law said he is just needy, so I told her she should have kept her legs closed if she didn't want needy kids. My older brother has a lot of stepkids. His wife, Tori, has 4 kids, 2 from her first marriage, 1 from a random hookup, Liam, and 1 more kid from a long-term relationship. My brother has a daughter as well. He tells me that Liam is the only one without an active dad who lives with them full-time, as my biological niece primarily lives with her mom. I assumed Liam living with them full-time meant he would get much attention, but my niece told me they all seem to forget about him. She told me that her stepmom once said that Liam is the extra and not as cute as her other kids. It was a joke. Anyway, Tori invited the whole family over for dinner. At one point, they told us to gather around, and Tori told us she was pregnant. Everyone started cheering. I'll admit, I was too, but my niece drew my attention to Liam, who began crying and walked off. Niece and I followed him, and when I asked him if everything was okay, he started crying in my arms. I felt terrible. My niece then took him out for ice cream to cheer him up while I returned to the others. They were all very preoccupied, and my brother started talking to one of our nephews, not Tori's kids. This nephew then told us that while he did not make a team, Liam did. My brother was quite surprised because he's a huge fan of this sport and had no clue Liam was interested, as he always thought he was a quieter, nerdy kid. This nephew laughed and said Liam is not a quiet, nerdy kid. The opposite. He's very popular at school. After finishing his conversation with the nephew, he approached me and said, maybe the nephew's confused. Liam's not that type of kid. I asked him what kind of kid he thinks Liam is. My brother said that he doesn't talk to Liam much, but according to Tori, he's socially awkward, sensitive, and a little needy. Tori overheard and said, Liam, is he bothering you? Next time he tries to talk to you, run, or he'll never leave you alone. He is needy. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, especially after how much Liam cried earlier. I told Tori and my brother that they should be ashamed of themselves. I then specifically told Tori that she should have kept her legs closed if she didn't want needy children. My brother kicked me out, which I deserved. But Tori is furious and keeps sending me messages about how rude I am and how I don't know anything about her. I even got yelled at by my mom. I sincerely believe they're all effed in the head. Am I the a-hole? Edit. I am not giving my brother a free pass. I think he's a effing idiot, and the fact that he doesn't know poop about his stepson is terrible. Yes, I yelled at Tori mostly because she's the one who kept calling her son needy. She's the one who told me to run away from him if he talks to me. That is why I yelled at her specifically.
My psychotic brother-in-law hired someone to frame me for cheating because I rejected him in college. Now my husband wants a divorce. I met my brother-in-law at college. He wasn't my brother-in-law at the time. He was just a random guy who asked me out and I refused. He called me the C word and accused me of being shallow. My best friend told me that it was harmless comments from a drunken guy who got rejected. I never thought myself shallow. It was actually his attitude and awkwardness that was off-putting to me. Anyway, he proved my friend right, and other than these comments I have never felt uncomfortable during my years in college because he never bothered me again. Not even looked my way. Next time I met him was when my baby sister introduced him to the family as her boyfriend. I didn't even recognize him at first because it was like 9 to 10 years since the day he talked to me. He was visibly annoyed that I didn't recognize him and called me a liar for not remembering him. The family was skeptical at first about him, but he seemed to treat my sister right and she seemed happy. He is also very rich, so any bad thoughts about him were ignored. They got married after a year of dating. They have 3 children. I met my now ex 5 years ago, and the only odd comment from my brother-in-law was that I was still as shallow and superficial as I was in college. At the time, I took it as a joke, but in hindsight, when I found out the truth and started thinking back looking for red flags, this was probably a big one. He never showed any signs that he disliked my husband, and he was always decent enough in his indifference to having a close friendship with my husband, and I didn't seem odd because he was always a recluse. A year ago, my husband came home and accused me of cheating and he had evidence. The guy contacted him and he had nudes etc. of me on his phone. The guy told my husband that he didn't know at first that I was married, but as soon as he found out, he contacted my now ex. He even apologized to my husband. I had never met this guy in my life. Nothing I said or did made my husband believe me. He filed for divorce. Then yesterday the guy contacted me. He apologized for what he did and told me that he is friends with my brother-in-law. He sent me conversations, endless conversations my brother-in-law had about me for years. He has never forgotten that I, in his words, didn't even give him a chance and only judged him by his looks. He called me C in that chat. Both groups chats with his friends but mostly with this guy. They planned this attack and my brother-in-law somehow got access to my photos. The reason this guy contacted me now is that he felt guilty because even when my marriage is over, my brother-in-law still was angry and hateful, especially when he heard that I was on a date last weekend. So the friend felt that he didn't help his friend but ruined innocent people's lives. Not sure what to do. My brother-in-law has actually been happier and more sociable than usual since my divorce, and now I know why, although first I thought he felt sorry and wanted to support me. His jokes about me ending up an old maid with cats as companions don't sound like jokes anymore. He meant them. I don't want to ruin my sister's life. She's very happy with her husband. I'm not sure either if I can with her husband. I'm not sure if I should tell my ex or not. I am very heartbroken that he didn't believe me. Love him very much. He is the love of my life, but I'm not sure if I can forgive him for not believing me. But he is a victim in this too, so maybe he needs to know for closure. I am so terribly sad and hurt. I'm sorry this post got very long.
How I tricked my stalker into having drinks with me so I could escape from him. I really liked my roommates, except for Cherry. After about 7 months, I was just tired of her drama. One evening, I came back from work, did the usual routine, locked the door, grabbed some grub, and headed to bed in my pajamas, surrounded by papers and listening to music. I had my headphones on because Cherry was out with her work pals, and when she'd come back after a night out, things could get wild. I just didn't want to deal with her shouting and crying. So, I'm working away when I feel a presence. I glance up and see a guy standing over me. It takes a moment to sink in, and I casually say, Cherry's room is on the 2nd floor. But he doesn't move. So, I try again, hey, her room's downstairs. He cuts me off and says, I'm not here for Cherry. That gave me a sudden chill. My heart started racing, and I felt that fight or flight urge. I look at him closely. He's about 5 feet 10 inches, with messy brown hair and dark eyes. He's holding a bottle and a knife. Wearing a light blue polo with a pop collar and a strong Manchester accent. It's only then I realize his eyes are really dark because his pupils are huge. Oh, trouble was definitely brewing. I needed to get out of there, but he was between me and the door. I needed a plan to make him think going downstairs was his own idea. So, I decide to play along. He pops the cork with his knife, and the Prosecco starts flowing all over my carpet. I go, oops. Let's clean that up. I'd rather use proper glasses anyway. He nods and goes, yeah, you're pretty classy. Let's do it. I'm trying to act all normal while my insides are going haywire. We slowly go down all the floors to the main level, with him holding onto my nightie and the knife just grazing my back. I'm trying to chat with him, though I can't even remember what I said. I was just trying to keep my cool. Finally, we're in the kitchen. I point to the cabinets for the wine glasses, and he starts moving there. Now, the kitchen table is between us, and I see my chance. I sprint down the hallway to the front door. My hands are shaking like crazy as I fumble with the locks. I manage to swing the door open and spot 2 guys walking across the street. They must have been coming from the train station. I call out for help, and suddenly, I'm shoved to the ground. The intruder pushes me aside and bolts. One of the guys chases after him while the other tells me to go inside and call the police. So, I lock up and dial 911. As I'm talking to the dispatcher, there's a loud bang on my door. I tell her about it, and she lets me know that the police aren't there yet. It might be one of the guys who helped me, so I peek through the door's peephole. But guess who? Yup, the intruder. He's back and banging on my door, yelling that I have his glasses and he's not done. I'm in full panic mode. The dispatcher tries to calm me down and says, they're pulling onto your street now. You should hear their sirens. Thank goodness I do. The intruder takes off, and one officer jumps out of the moving police car and goes after him. Another officer comes inside, interviews me and the 2 guys, takes pictures and collects evidence. It's quite a scene. Then Cherry shows up, gets all frantic, and when she hears what happened, she's like, oh my gosh, that could have been me. Yeah, Cherry always thinking about herself. The next morning, I'm asked to identify a guy they caught. I point him out, and the officer asks if some items in an evidence bag are mine. They are, my underwear and some pictures from my place. The officer tells me that this guy had been stalking me for about 3 months. Turns out, he's a known troublemaker involved with bad stuff. The officer says I'm super lucky to have escaped mostly unharmed. Some others weren't as fortunate.
My wife and I decided to be child-free, but now she's pregnant, and told her to give the baby up for adoption. My wife and I have been happily married for 9 years. We don't have any kids and don't want kids. We had the what-if talk before getting married. She told me she would want to have an abortion if she ever got pregnant. Yesterday, my wife told me she was 9 weeks pregnant. She said she wants to carry to term and give the baby up for adoption. Naturally, I was surprised by the news and her change of mind. I asked her if she considered getting an abortion. She said she had, but she doesn't want to because she feels a bond to the fetus. She told me she has been researching adoption, and learned that the local adoption agencies only accept birth mothers who are okay with having an open adoption. I told her I wasn't really comfortable with this and asked her if she would have an abortion. She started crying and spent the night at her sister's place. She won't answer my phone calls. I'm uncomfortable with this for a few reasons. I was adopted at birth and my adoptive parents weren't the best. I know this isn't the case for everyone who was adopted, but I can't help but have a negative view about it. A few years ago I tried to find my biological parents to learn my medical history, but I couldn't. I was sore about it for a little while, but it doesn't bother me anymore. My wife is aware of these points. I just don't want to pass on my genes because they're essentially a mystery to me. I also don't like kids. My wife said she actually would prefer to keep the baby, but she knows I wouldn't want to, so she said having an open adoption sounded like a reasonable compromise. I understand why she thinks that, but I still don't want to have any biological children, regardless of how much I would be involved in raising him or her. Update: my wife and I have been seeing a therapist together. We've also been seeing different therapists individually. I eventually started warming up to the idea of being a father. I began to realize just how shattered my wife would be if she gave up the baby. I'd notice her quietly singing or talking to the unborn child when she thought I couldn't hear. I believe this is ultimately what swayed me. My wife is a kind, gentle, intelligent, generous, thoughtful, and wonderful woman. She would be a wonderful mother, and she deserves to be one. She deserves to have a supportive spouse on her team. We started discussing parenting. During those tense, emotional, and heavy weeks, I only saw my wife express a bit of joy anytime we talked about keeping the baby. I looked into taking some parenting classes. We hadn't arrived at a firm decision to keep the baby at that point, but that's where things were leaning. It's sad, my wife miscarried 2 weeks ago. Needless to say, she's beyond heartbroken, beyond grieving. I'm a strange mix of distraught, disappointed, and relieved. Feeling any kind of relief at all makes me feel like a monster. I'm just downright confused and don't know what to make of my conflicting emotions. I'm doing my best to be there for my wife amid my own confusing thoughts. Her sister spends a few nights a week at our place to offer support as well. I will say that I don't feel as strongly child-free as before. It's not impossible to see myself as a father. My vasectomy is scheduled for October 29th. I'm considering canceling the procedure. I don't want to add to my wife's grief by definitively blocking her chance of having a biological child with me.
My husband asked me to choose between open marriage or nothing. Now, he's livid that I filed for divorce immediately. We got a not-so-classic shotgun wedding to give ourselves better chances of receiving custody of his half-sister when their mom suddenly passed away. Despite only being 20 and 21 years old, we did receive full legal custody over her absent father. This information sets the tone of our relationship with the sacrifices we made together and the things we each had to give up personally to raise this beautiful little girl. Years later, we still haven't had any children together. His sister is now 17 and moved in with an older, more financially privileged aunt last year. Over the past year of this newfound alone time, I feel like we have flourished with each other personally and as a couple. We never fight, arguments are rare, and we are pretty good at coming to an understanding or apologizing when necessary. I feel we had a pretty healthy relationship. I receive flowers no less than 10 times yearly, and we go on little vacations together. We have been happy for the past few months. I guess a bit of the spark sputtered out for a while, but I feel that's normal for a relationship as long as ours. My husband seems like he has been depressed because of the timing of losing both his mom and dad in the same year. It's October, and the holidays are coming. I know it's tough for him, so I get it and try to be there. He had previously planned a suicide attempt because of family issues before we met, so I take his mental health very seriously. But one day, he sat me down for a serious conversation and started by saying he wanted to open up our relationship. My heart dropped, but I stayed silent and let him talk. He doesn't go into why. He just jumps right into rules and explains how he wants me to find someone before he starts looking for someone. When I asked him why, he couldn't explain it and fumbled his words. I asked him if he already had someone in mind for himself, and of course, he denied it. I couldn't help it. I blew up. This proposal blindsided me. I slept on the couch after my outburst, and he didn't even try to come after me to explain anything, which kind of made me feel worse. I had never felt so unwanted in my life than in that moment. I have never thought I was the kind of girl to be open to that relationship. I will never judge anyone for wanting to live that life, but it's not for me. He went to work the next day, but I had the day off and thought about my situation. After crying for hours, I realized that this was the end of our marriage. Even suggesting an open marriage was a deal breaker for me. While he was still at work, I moved all his stuff out of our bedroom into his sister's old room. Technically, it's a spare room now. When he came home from work, he insisted we discuss his proposal. After discussing more about why he wants this, I've realized several things. He is way kinkier than he lets on and is disappointed with our bedroom life. He knows I'm not on the same level and doesn't want to push me past my boundaries to try things he knows I won't like. When I asked how he knows I won't like to try these new things, he explained they are an escalation of things he already knows I'm not down for but won't go into specifics. He also is unhappy with how infrequently we have intimacy but has never really put an effort to change anything regarding it. I just complained repeatedly and expected me to be ready to do the deed any minute of the day. And because we got married so young, there are a lot of things neither of us got to experience or try. mostly intimately. He is mourning the loss of his young 20s and never getting to sleep around to explore his kinks. Part of the rules he explained was that we wouldn't technically be sleeping around with whoever we wanted. He called it an open marriage but described it more as polyamory. We would each have a boyfriend or girlfriend with whom we go on dates and do things together. Someone we were each allowed to love and be with sexually. An emotional connection was pivotal for him, breaking my heart. During our talk, I told him I would never be able to look at him the same. I would never be enough for him, and he was trying to get a pass for guilt-free cheating in my eyes. I told him it sounded like he wanted to be with someone else without ever leaving the comfort of his marriage, knowing he could date around and not worry if those relationships would fail because he could just come home to me. He tried denying these things, saying he wanted to explore himself intimately but didn't want to lose me in the process. He tried getting me to agree to marriage counseling to talk about the open marriage concept. I told him that just proposing an open marriage was grounds for divorce for me, and I wasn't willing to go to a counselor for them to gang up on me or bully me into trying it. In reality, that never would have happened, but emotions were high, because I told him I could never see him the same and how badly this crushed any self-confidence I may have had. He doubled down. He said if we go back into a relationship and pretend this never happened, then he would end up cheating on me. For him, it was open marriage or nothing. I chose nothing. Divorce papers were filed exactly 1 week later. He was very hurt and angry that I could jump right to divorce and kick him out of our bedroom so fast, but I refused to be a second choice or have to fight for his attention.
My neighbor was being selfish, so I kept his Wi-Fi hostage until he moved out. My girlfriend and I used to live in a small building with only a handful of apartments and a tiny garden we shared with the rest of the residents. My neighbor was this guy everyone hated. He would constantly blast music, leaving trash in front of his door, loud grill parties where they'd all just get wasted all weekend, every weekend, and ignoring all requests to keep it down, citing his rights to be loud. You know that one guy, we all do. Our window had a direct view to the garden where he hosted those grill parties that I mentioned earlier, despite so many requests to let other people use the space too, and one day I noticed he had a similar sound system to ours. I wrote a program that would connect to his speakers the moment he turned them on, and played the same 15 seconds of gay adult film sounds on repeat. He kept taking the speakers to the service, which obviously didn't help, so he bought a newer set. His new sound system could connect to Wi-Fi. Since he made the mistake of loudly announcing his Wi-Fi password to his guests regularly, I connected to it, realized he never changed the default router password. I then wrote another program that connected automatically and kept rotating his admin password. I even set up my old laptop to run this program continuously. It also kept streaming gay adult films to his TV at random times throughout the day, printed a luscious DC pic whenever his printer went online, and either abruptly changed the volume of his speakers every 47 minutes, or kept subtly increasing/decreasing it through several hours. I saw people from our ISP at his apartment several times trying to fix his network, to no avail the moment they reset his Wi-Fi. My program was already there, changing the admin PW. After about 3 months of this, they gave him a new router with a new password, which he never changed, and promptly announced to his friends the following weekend. Instead of his usual blaring music, we listened to him yell and smash kitchenware the last few weeks before he finally moved out. It was like music to our ears. Have you ever seen someone's mental health degrade completely? My college roommate, after she had a man force himself onto her. I met her junior year when she was randomly assigned as my roommate. Through the year, we became close. She was this happy, jolly girl that never failed to make me laugh. I'm not kidding, sometimes I would have an asthma attack from laughing so hard. I taught her how to drive in my car and the times we had. We became really close, so I decided to live with her the following year. Except, the girl who came back from summer break just wasn't her. Till this day, I miss who she used to be. I miss the times we had. I miss her. We moved in and things seemed to get weird. She stopped sleeping at night. She would do laundry at weird points in the night. She started waking me up in the middle of the night asking if I heard the voice or saw the shadow pass by. Upon asking, she would say she was just tired. About 2 months in, I overheard her crying on the phone and she came to me to tell the truth. She had a man force himself on her from church back home. She was talking to her family. I heard her dad say, "You need to move on already," and her brother basically said, "I don't even think that ever happened." Her coworker told her that she must have been asking for it or provoked the guy in some way. Basically everyone around her dismissed her or made her feel worse for even telling her truth. She shut down. She stopped talking to anyone, only me, sometimes. I distinctly remember her saying, multiple times, "Hey, sometimes I think people's reaction to my truth makes me feel worse than the actual event." Her mental health quickly deteriorated after that. She stopped leaving the apartment. She would order food under fake names and sometimes under my name. She stopped going to work or classes. She became a paranoid person and just thought that those people would get her. She just shut down. She admitted that she had locked herself in the bathroom a few times with a knife. I remember sitting on her bed with her, late nights, and just let her cry and talk to me. It used to pain me so much because I couldn't do anything except just be there for her. I blamed myself for a really long time for not being able to do something more. Then she disappeared. She packed her bags, dropped out of college and just left. I tried to reach out to her but all these years, I never heard from her. I never forgot about her. She had worked so hard, took loans, came from a very poor background, worked multiple jobs and had made it all the way to 4th year in a prestigious university. She came from a really bad background and wanted to just make it through college. Most people in her family never even made it through high school, so she would be the first to not just attend but graduate from college. She had this dream of being a college graduate and working as a translator in the government somewhere. If only she had the right help, the right people, the right support system, maybe she might have made it. Today I effed up by letting my friend kick me and losing the ability to walk. I have a friend Alex who has been practicing some sort of fighting related sport since he was 10, and Muay Thai since he was 13. For a bit of context to this particular event, last month me and Alex went out to catch up. We had a few drinks, and on the walk from one bar to another, he was telling me about a tournament he recently participated in. He mentioned that in one of the fights, he basically took a guy out with a few leg kicks. To be honest, I was kind of skeptical, like, why not punch the dude in the face or something? He said he would bet me $50 I would be crying on the floor after a half-effort kick. Mind you, I had very little to no knowledge on Muay Thai practice and technique. I'm also 5'9", 135 pounds, and I don't work out at all besides the occasional set of bicep curls. Anyway, I told him to raise it to 100 for a full effort kick and we'd have a deal. I suppose I figured that since I played soccer as a kid, how bad can it be? He really wanted to prove a point, and I guess he wanted some very early morning practice. He agreed to this bet, and told me to not move and just stand normally, hands behind my back so they wouldn't get in the way, the whole deal. He asked if I was sure about this. I said yes despite growing doubts, because one can buy quite a few beers for $100. He stepped back, got into position, then swung his leg towards me at the speed of light until his shin made contact with the outside of my left thigh. Despite having most of my weight in my left leg, the force alone swept my legs off the ground. The pain didn't even fully hit me until a few seconds later. Sobered me right up. I thought I had an above-average pain tolerance, but apparently not. I'm not sure how to describe the feeling. Like an overwhelming stinging sensation that basically radiated all the way from my hip to my ankle. I couldn't bend my leg at all, or fully straighten it. Took me a little while to even be able to move or speak. I was honestly convinced he shattered my femur or something. A few minutes later it was still throbbing, but the pain went down to a semi-bearable level. With the help of my friend, I was able to stand back up. It took us over half an hour to get to his apartment a quarter of a mile away, all while he was laughing his SS off about my stupid decision to take this bet. At his place, I noticed how the area 3 inches above my knee was swelling up into a distinct oval shape. We tried to ice it, but putting any pressure on my thigh was excruciating. The next morning, the pain went from sharp stings to more of a persistent, dull ache. Alex felt bad for me and he still gave me my $100, because while I did make a bit of a scene, he wasn't sure whether any tears actually left my eyes. I was practically dragging my left leg behind me for a week or so, my thigh looked pregnant for a while and I ended up walking around with a dinner plate-sized bruise that's only now starting to fade. I'm glad my homie somewhat knew what he was doing, otherwise he would have kicked my knee in or something. Do I regret taking this bet? A bit, but I'm also $100 and a whole lot of respect for professional fighters. My crazy neighbor unalived her dog and I think I was next. A few years back I rented an apartment from a friend of mine. He had recently bought it and had it completely renovated. He put it up for sale but couldn't find a buyer, so I offered to rent it in the meantime. After moving in I realized there was something wrong with the lady next door. She was about 45 but looked much older. She would sit up all night listening to Christian radio shows and talking loudly to someone. It got to the point where I couldn't sleep, so I went over to her place and asked her to keep it down. She opened her door and I got a quick peek. Her walls all had crosses painted on them in different colors. And words like Jesus and angel scribbled everywhere. The windows were painted black, letting no light in at all. It was damp, yellow-stained 50-year-old carpets, dog poop and cockroaches everywhere. No dog though. I asked her to please keep it down. She just looked at me and shut the door. Then she turned up the radio even louder. The next night I had my girlfriend staying over. I wake up in the middle of the night and see a shadow of a person next to the bed looking at us sleeping. I think I'm hallucinating as I usually do in the dark when I'm sleepy. But then the shadow starts talking. It's my neighbor and she's holding something in her hand. She broke in during the night and who knows how long she stood there. You should lock your door at night, she says, and walks out. The next morning I hear someone making strange noises below my bedroom window. It's my neighbor talking to herself in tongues. She has a plastic bag in her hand with her rotting dead dog inside. It's hot as hell outside and I can smell death from the bag. At this point I'm scared. She's obviously very insane. I go upstairs and knock on another person's door and ask what the hell is going on. The guy is as scared as me. Apparently she broke into his apartment one evening as well while he was watching TV with his kids. He got up from the couch to get a snack only to find her behind the couch staring at him holding a power drill. Now I know what was in her hand. At this stage I'm basically pooping myself. I call the cops and they know all about her. Apparently she is a violent schizo and she hasn't taken her meds. But they can't force her or enter her apartment without her permission because she owns it. The only thing they can do is get her when she goes outside. I sat up for the next 2 days waiting for her to run out of cigarettes. When I hear her leave at 2 a.m. to go across the road to the 7-Eleven I call the cops. They have 3 cars and a special van here in less than 2 minutes. They restrain her and throw her in the van and drive off to some institution, and in less than a minute it's like she was never there. I never see her again. Still have nightmares about her looking at me in my sleep. What's something you've done that unexpectedly made you lots of money? I went on a vacation years ago. I left my wife with her parents and family and decided to take the rental car for a drive. I ended up in a pawn store a few hours away. I asked the pawnbroker what he had that was a bargain. He pulled out a nice strand of pearls. But I could see that he had a lot of pearl strands in the desk drawer and in his safe. He offered to sell the one strand to me at a great price. I said, what if I buy them all? He said there were 400 strands total. We ended up doing the deal and I loaded 400 strands of pearls in my car and drove back to the lake house. I paid $10 a strand for 18-inch strands and up to $40 a strand for 86-inch strands. Except for the large endless strands, all the rest had 14K gold clasps on them. The clasps at the time were $20 each wholesale, so I knew I couldn't go wrong with this deal. Anyway, I was selling the pearl strands for $99 to $150 each and they were still a bargain. A VP of my bank came in to buy a strand. He liked it but wanted something better for his wife. I said I have just the thing for you in my office. I went and put one of the same $99 necklaces in a $15 wooden box and took it out to him. I slowly opened the beautiful box in front of him. Is this more like what you were looking for? He loved the pearl strand in the box. He said, how much is this one? This one is $400, I replied. Sold, he said. Basically I sold a $15 wooden display box with a $99 pearl necklace for $400. That was the day I discovered that perception is everything. What's the most disrespectful thing a guest ever did in your home? When I was in my late teens, maybe 19, my dad invited his brother and his new mistress turned wife and her 2 brats to our house. We had 2 cats, but realistically they were my cats because I spent the most time with them, loved them, and took care of them. I didn't really fit into the conversation, being so young, so I hung in the living room while the older adults were in the kitchen. My uncle's new wife, I can't bring myself to call her aunt. Kids were going nuts over my cats. They were 2 boys, 9 and 7, both with behavioral problems. They could not control themselves at all. They did not have manners or any regard for things that weren't theirs. So I resigned myself to watching them, because I didn't trust the 2 little shits around my cats and their mom, and my uncle sure weren't keeping an eye on them. I even made sure to gently warn them, something along the lines of be nice and gentle, or you'll spook them. So these brats drug all the cat toys I had out and start going crazy trying to get reactions out of my cats. Most cats don't appreciate a lot of upfront energy like that. They're not like dogs. So my cats mostly just stared in bewilderment or ignored them. Then I watched one of these little shits reach out and slap my tortoiseshell cat across the head to get her to look at him. It was the 9-year-old, who damn well knew better for sure, and he didn't hold back in his swing. My poor girl was bowled over by it. I was pissed AF. I dragged him up off the floor and told him to leave my cats alone, then effectively banished him and his brother to the kitchen for their lousy guardians to watch them. He's lucky I didn't smack him. I've never hit a kid, but that would be the thing that drove me to it. After that I made it clear to his parents that their kids weren't welcome at the house anymore. My mom and dad, who also weren't fans of the less than behaved brats, didn't dissuade me. A month later, the 9-year-old pulled the same harassment towards my grandmother's 2 cats. Her orange tabby, a sweet little shy girl who was nervous around almost everyone, was terrified out of her mind because the 9-year-old was chasing her around my grandparents' house. Room to room, he chased her out of all her normal hiding spots that she retreated to when she was overwhelmed. I've never seen that cat as scared as she was. So naturally, I stepped in because my grandmother was too nice to tell her new daughter-in-law's kids to settle the F down. He played outside after that. To me, there's just nothing more disrespectful than mistreating the pets of your host. Animal abuse in any form is disgusting, but they're a part of the family. They should be treated as such, not like living breathing toys or entertainment to throw and break. What's a scam that's become so normalized that we don't even realize it's a scam anymore? Supplements made and marketed specifically to women. Hear me out. Have you heard of the pink tax in the supplement industry? If you don't know, this is when a supplement company takes a basic product, changes nothing about the actual ingredients or quality of the product, and then legally charge up to 10 times more by making the label pink, changing the name into something cute, and swapping their marketing to focus on problems that women tend to face more than men. Take Peach Perfect's creatine, for example. Now, creatine really isn't as flashy for women, even though most girls could benefit from taking it. Peach Perfect took the same base ingredient, 5 grams of creatine, painted the label pink, changed the name into something more female-friendly by calling it the Booty Builder, and instead of saying it increases strength and performance like normal creatine marketing does, they swap it out and say things like, grows your glutes, tones your muscles, and tightens your skin. And since Peach Perfect knows people pay more money for something they might be insecure about, like looks, they go ahead and charge 8.5 times more, even though it's the same product that does the same exact thing, just preying on female-specific insecurities to try and make more money. Furthermore, this expands way beyond the fitness supplement industry and is seen in women's essentially. Like for example, women's razors suck. They are so much more inferior than men's. However, they are taxed much more heavily. Just because they are pink. And don't even get me started on tampons. Help. I got wasabi on my junk. Right now, this second. The pain's lingering like bad breath on a bus, oh my god. I'm chilling at home, watching Twitch and having dinner. Like most people these days, I always eat and watch TV/YouTube at the same time. I'm completely in my own world, chilling alone, legs up with a plate of sushi on my lap. Here's the F up. Whilst gorging away on my sushi, I was completely oblivious to the placement of the wasabi on top. I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but I assume whilst picking up that final piece before the crotchal Armageddon, I must have smeared wasabi onto my fingers. Us men all know that feeling all too well of needing to readjust down there. So whilst being hypnotized by the TV, oblivious of what's to come, I reposition my flesh nub, and I'm met with immediate pain. Not just burning, I'm talking Krakatoa on my cock. I still had wasabi on my effing fingers. I swear this wasabi is much more oily because washing it off has been far less than effective. It's been 5 minutes. Update: my mother-in-law shows her true racist colors. Hello again. This is a follow-up/update to my post about my mother-in-law being racist and calling me a slur. There is a little more to my story that I couldn't fit into the original post. The reason I didn't have much of an adverse reaction to her words is because sadly these are things I've heard my whole life. I'm not white passing and you can take one look at me and tell I'm native. I think what my mother-in-law said shocked so many people is because many think explicit racism like that is a thing of the past when it is still very much alive in the minds of some. After the incident took place, my husband and I went home and mother-in-law tried to call and text both of us to beg for forgiveness and told us she's sorry and wants to make up. I blocked her and my husband told her to leave him alone until he and I worked through this. My husband also told his brother about this and he was horrified as well. My father-in-law also contacted us and said he was sorry for what had happened. He said he didn't know she had thoughts like this and in the moment he was so shocked with what she said that he didn't know what to say or do. He asked if it would be possible for my husband and I to speak with just him to see what he could do going forward. We agreed. We ended up having a video call between me, my husband, father-in-law, and my husband's brother, who I'll just call brother-in-law going forward. Brother-in-law said that there wasn't much he could do because he is several states away, but he would be supporting us in whatever decision we made and that he would be sending a strongly worded message to mother-in-law. Father-in-law was very emotional about the situation and said he didn't want to lose his son over what mother-in-law said and that he would do anything to keep contact with my husband. He was so upset and confused as to why she thought the way she did and why it was all coming out now. I said that she may have always felt this way, but because they live and have always lived in pretty white communities, I was the first person she knew to take it out on. Everyone agreed to that. Father-in-law said he wanted to suggest she go to therapy or some sort of counseling to work out these feelings within herself and that he planned to tell her that she had a choice, either seek help to change her narrow view of the world or lose both her son and him. He said that I make my husband happy and as his father there is nothing more he could ever want. We all agreed that some counseling would definitely be beneficial to her if she was willing to go. My husband said he does not want to talk to mother-in-law right now and that he didn't know when or if he would be able to. He said that if he had anything to say to her or if there was an emergency, he would go through father-in-law to get to her. In the meantime he will be blocking her number. I said I just didn't want any contact at all and we all left it at that. I also told my parents and some elders in my community and they were upset too because this is stuff they have heard as well. But they commended my husband for having my back and said they understood my decision to go no contact. And that's the situation right now. I want to thank everyone that left kind words/advice on the original post. I made it to see if we had maybe done something wrong or if the decision to go no contact was a bad one, but I now see that it is probably the best option. While this situation and what was said upset me, the kind words on my first reminds me that there is still good in this world. And if anyone else is going through a situation similar, I'll tell you what my dad told me. You can never force people to be kind to you, but you can make the choice to surround yourself with kind people. But it doesn't end there. If you made it this far, check out the conclusion on Reddit Bedtime Stories. What's your most surprising small world story? I was backpacking through Europe after graduating from college, eager to see the world and experience new cultures. During my travels, I found myself in a small town in Italy, known for its beautiful vineyards and charming cobblestone streets. One evening, I was sitting at a local cafe, enjoying a cup of coffee and watching the world go by. A woman sat down at the table next to me. She was around my age, with a bright smile and an infectious energy. We struck up a conversation, bonding over our shared love for travel and adventure. We spent the entire evening talking, sharing stories of our travels, and laughing over our shared experiences. When it was time to part ways, we exchanged contact information and promised to keep in touch. Fast forward a few years, I was back in my hometown, working at a local tech startup. We were in the process of hiring new team members, and I was part of the interview panel. Imagine my surprise when the woman from the cafe in Italy walked in for an interview. She recognized me immediately, and we shared a moment of disbelief. It turned out that she had moved to the States and was looking for opportunities in the tech industry. She aced the interview, and we ended up hiring her. Working together, we became close friends. Our shared experience in that small cafe in Italy became a foundation for a deep and lasting friendship. We often marvel at the serendipity of our meeting and how a chance encounter in a small town in Italy led to a lifelong friendship. It's a small world, indeed, and sometimes, the most surprising encounters can lead to the most significant relationships in our lives. What is your crazy ex story? My crazy ex wrote a whole entire novel in an attempt to get back to me. I really loved my ex at the beginning. We were spending a significant amount of time together, with me staying at his house several nights a week. He went mad one day because he said we weren't spending enough time together. He pulled out a notepad that documented in excruciating detail each hour that I would spend with him throughout the week. And he also drew a schedule of when I need to hang out with him from then on. I distinctly remember sitting there, saying nothing and feeling like I was in the twilight zone. Things got significantly crazier from then on, so I broke it off with him immediately. A few weeks after I broke it off with him, he randomly emailed me an almost 300-page PDF of a novel. The novel had a picture of me on the front cover. It was a romance story about the entire lives of two people. It was very clear that these characters were supposed to be us, just with different names. It was a fictional imagining of what our lives would have been like together. It had extreme details with entire chapters on our wedding and our sex life. It was so clear that this was an over-the-top attempt to get me back. The book was clearly written in a great hurry and was full of mistakes. He kept slipping pronouns, totally forgetting that he was writing a third-person novel and addressing me directly by saying things like, "You know I am your destiny, no one will ever make you feel the way I do." He tried to get it published, but the editor said it was too trash. I eventually had to get a restraining order on him, because he would show up at my door and act as if we were us from the novel, and that we were still together. The worst time was when we were supposed to be having a romantic getaway. I had no clue, and when I opened the door with my PJs, he slapped me across the face for being disrespectful and not being ready. Then he tried to have sex with me and almost sexually assaulted me, but he stopped himself because it wasn't part of the storyline. I think he was going crazy. The police officer's confused and disgusted face when I showed them the novel was one of the funniest faces. Even when they put my ex into the police car, he was screaming, "This isn't how it was supposed to go. We're the main character. My daughter died and I don't feel bad about it. I never wanted to be a dad. When sleeping with my ex I made sure we were being as safe as possible, and when she told me she was pregnant I was certain she'd cheated. I had a DNA test done when the baby was born and she was mine, somehow. I split up with my girlfriend when she said she was keeping the baby. It was mostly amicable, she made it clear she would be going for as much child support as possible. Whatever. Everyone around me was so in love with her. I was constantly being congratulated on how lucky I was to have her, how beautiful she was. Everyone in my family seemed to look straight past me and only ever wanted to see her. Last week my ex called me at 3 a.m., sobbing. Begging me to come to the hospital. I do, because I may not have had any attachment to the baby, but she was still a life I was responsible for. She was already gone when I got there. Everyone became obsessive. Never leaving me alone for a minute. My mom is insisting on staying with me. I attempted suicide a few times at teen and I guess they're worried. I have this therapist guy coming to my apartment every few days now. Truthfully, my mental health is in one of the best places it's ever been. Obviously I'm sad, but not like a dad who lost his kid. Just in general. I react the same way when I see those ads of the starving children in Africa. Nothing has really changed for me. I just don't care. Maybe I'm some emotionless monster or maybe it just hasn't hit me yet, but I just want everyone to leave me the heck alone. At least I get time off work, I guess.
What is something you are aware of about your friend that they don't know you know? I'll have to go anonymous since this is something my friend might see and I don't necessarily want to out him. I've known him 10, 15 years. I can't remember exactly how long because we've worked at the same companies for 3 of my last 4 jobs. I can't specifically remember when we became more acquainted on a personal level. In all that time, never once has he discussed his profound dyslexia with anyone, not me, not any of our mutual friends that he's known longer than me. I know it's severe and I know he works on it a lot. Even at age 45, he still does things like watch TV with subtitles enabled specifically for the exercise. I've always found that interesting because it obviously means he's self-conscious about it. But in every other way, he's a super confident, super personable, can tease people in a fun way, and also be self-effacing. He's just one of those people that gets along with everyone effortlessly. He's one of those people that random strangers in a store will just start talking to him like they've known him for a long time. So I just respect that he doesn't feel like talking about it. Instead, I never ridicule him about spelling and stuff, ever. The same can't be said for every one of his friends because some of them obviously just haven't clued in that he's profoundly dyslexic. Anyway, I also never correct him. Unless he actually asks. At some point, he must have realized I wasn't going to give him any shit because one day he surprised me by asking me to proofread edit something important that he had to write. I didn't make a thing out of it, I just said of course. And helped him out. We just sat there and I combed over it and polished it up a bit. I didn't need to change any actual content. He's dyslexic, not stupid. I believe I just tightened up his punctuation, fixed the there types of mistakes and anything else that spell check didn't catch already. I also didn't sit there and mansplain to him about punctuation or anything. I think I just said, "Looks good man." I didn't really have to change much. Since then, he's occasionally brought me more things to edit.
I am not helping you with that baby. I, 38, married my husband Sam, 47, 5 years ago. Sam always knew I did not want to have children of my own. He was fine with it. He has a daughter Leah, 25. His wife died when Leah was 10 years old and I met him when she was 15. I didn't meet her till after a year of dating. She was a sweet young adult and we got along great. I did not move in with Sam till Leah left for college though. Leah got pregnant last year. Her boyfriend did not want to keep the baby but she wanted to keep it. He broke up with her. Leah moved back in with us cause she could not afford her lifestyle without him. She worked as a teacher and he was the breadwinner. I had concerns about how she was going to raise a child on a teacher's salary by herself. I suggested getting him to pay child support. She did not want that. Sam thought I should stay out of it. Fine. But once she had the baby around 4 months back, Leah seemed to realize having a baby is not the sunshine and rainbows she thought it was. She barely got any sleep during the last 4 months. All the while Sam was helping her with the baby while I did almost all chores myself. Now her leave is ending. She did not want to leave the baby at daycare or with a nanny. Sam and I both work as well. She asked if I could stay home with the baby. I said no. First, it is not my baby, and I never wanted to raise a child. Second, I have work. She asked Sam who asked me to do it instead. I refused stating the reasons again. Sam couldn't stay home because he earned more than me and covered more bills. I asked why Leah can't stay home with the baby herself. She said how she was young and had to build a career. I said many people take breaks to raise kids, and she broke down crying about how she was so tired all the time being a mom and she needed something else in her life too. Sam feels bad for her and thinks we should help her. I suggested she pay for a nanny with her income, but Leah doesn't want strangers looking after her baby. Both of them are pressuring me to stay home with the baby so she can go to work. I am standing firm on my decision. Leah said yesterday how she wished her mom was alive since she would have had her back. She said I didn't love her and my husband is also mad at me. Am I the a-hole for refusing to help my stepdaughter with her baby? I am not helping you with that baby. I had some tough conversations with my husband and stepdaughter. I showed my husband the post and replied. He was upset that I posted about this in social media, but I convinced him it's anonymous and we would not have any ramifications. The sad truth is, even with an overwhelming number of NTAs, he refused to see the point. He accepts I have always been true about my boundaries. But he still needs me to step up and help out more. Be more understanding. I realize the fact is he sees his daughter as his baby girl and me as the adult in this situation. So he needs me to act like an adult and support the child. I tried to make him realize she is not a child, she made her own decisions and she needs to be an adult. He says I won't get how a parent would feel and he needs to be there for her. I realized his long-term plan is to keep supporting her as long as he can and she wants it. To be frank, I sort of respect his stand. A father wanting to be there for his daughter and wanting to live for her is admirable. But that is not the life I envisioned. Loving grandmother that babysit occasionally? Sure. But raising Leah and her baby? Nope. Before we decided on anything extreme, we had a talk with Leah as well. To know what her plans are. We revisited the topic of child support and this time her dad was adamant to know why. Your replies made him concerned, I think. Well, apparently the reason is Leah is still in love with him. She is scared pushing a court case and responsibility on him, on a decision she made will scare him away. She is still holding on to hope he will come back. We don't think she is being realistic. But have decided to table that talk for later since Sam is anyway ready to fund the baby's life. And child support can be demanded with back pay when she decides to follow up. We offered her multiple solutions. Such as fewer work hours, career change, nanny, daycare. She did not accept any offer. She loves the school she works at and does not want to leave it. She claims reducing hours will impact her career trajectory and since she wants to work, she might as well work full-time. She does not want to leave the baby with strangers, nanny/daycare, and is refusing to hear it. She wants her baby to grow up with a family feeling loved and she can't be at peace unless she knows one of us is with the baby. Sam is refusing to cut down hours himself since he can't afford bills himself. Let me clarify. He had refinanced this house to pay for her college education, and did not want her to have any loans. I had suggested we downsize from this 3-bedroom house to a 1-bedroom one, we can both afford. He wanted to have space for his daughter. I understood that, but I couldn't afford to pay for it. We came to an understanding I wouldn't pay for it and won't have any rights to the house either. That is his biggest payment. We split the rest of the expense proportionate to our income till Leah moved back in. She doesn't help financially. I contributed to normal day-to-day expenses, but all baby-related expenses are being met by Sam. If Sam stops working or reduces hours, he won't be able to do all these. I would take up being breadwinner, but we would have to downsize and Leah would at least have to cover all baby-related expenses herself. Neither of them wants that. The conclusion of all discussions were the same. They needed me to stay home with the baby. Sam wouldn't be putting anything into my savings or retirement funds because he won't have funds for that. He also thinks it isn't necessary since I can just go back to work when the baby starts school. Long story short, I left. Packed all my clothes and stuff, out everything I have heard in my car and is now crashing at a friend's home. I don't have any rights to the house or own any furniture there, so leaving was easy. I have booked an appointment with my lawyer. I think this is the best decision I can take for myself. Both Sam and Leah called me selfish after leaving. I guess it will have to be this way. Ada for refusing to consider stopping our divorce after my ex admitted her psychic friend lied about me having an affair. I met my wife, Rona, when we were in college together. I made the obviously terrible assumption that the fact she was in post-secondary education meant she had a modicum of common sense. We started dating our senior year and after job hunting settled on moving back to her hometown after graduating. We found an apartment and lived together for 2 years before getting married. All good so far. At our wedding I met an old friend of hers, Anna. She offered to read my palm since she was part gypsy. Weird. I am in construction and I know a few people from that group and they call themselves Roma. Whatever. Anna only comes to town every once in a while. She lives in NYC so she doesn't have time to visit since she has an exciting life there. She makes costumes for plays and cosplayers, so we see her maybe 4 times over the next 2 years. Last time she came was Labor Day last year, and that's when it got weird. All of a sudden Rona starts acting oddly. She starts checking in on me at work, coming by when I'm working late, asking to use my phone because hers is almost out of power, that sort of thing. She finally comes out and accuses me of having an affair. I thought she was joking, so I laugh and say that I am not. This sets her off like a Roman candle, because Anna told her I would laugh it off when Rona came for the truth. I laughed because it was ridiculous. I barely had time for a relationship with my wife and my job. I am home all weekend long. When I go golfing, her brother is almost always either in my foursome or at the club. And most important of all, I love my wife. I wouldn't do anything to harm her. And yet she takes the word of Anna the psychic seamstress over mine. She asks me to leave our apartment. I say no because I have nowhere else to go. So she leaves and moves back with her parents. They think she is nuts too. I spent the next few months working and trying to convince her that I'm not cheating and that I want her to come home. I hate my disabled sister because my mom wants me to sacrifice my life to take care of someone who lives like an adult baby. When my younger sister was born, she almost died from hypoxia. She suffered severe brain damage, to the point where doctors doubted she would survive. She has survived to 16 years old now, however, she is about as close to brain dead as a living person can get. She can't move, she can't communicate, she can't eat or drink on her own. She has no control over her bowels, so she has to wear diapers. She will never get better and she will never live a normal life. Despite that, my mother has ruined our family hoping she will have a miracle and recover. My mother has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on my sister. Everything from wheelchairs to doctor's visits. We had to live in a one-bedroom apartment for 11 years because my mother spent all of the money she made on my sister. Nothing she bought made any difference. She will always be a drooling mess. Since my mother believes she will get better, she made me treat her like she was a real sister. I lost all my friends growing up because my mom made me take her everywhere I went. If I told my mom that I was going to the park, she would say, "Oh, a park, that sounds like something Jess would like, take her with you." Not once did she stop to think about how absurd she sounded talking to her. One time, my mom took her to a movie theater. They made it barely 30 minutes through the movie before staff kicked her out because my sister was making so much noise coughing and choking on her saliva. Despite all this, I somewhat tolerated my sister, until a few hours ago. I mentioned to my mother that I had planned a date with a girl I met at work. My mom said, "That sounds like fun, but I'm having coffee with a friend from college, so can you take care of Jess while I'm gone?" I told her that I couldn't because of my date, and suggested that she hire a babysitter. My mother then said that I should just take her with me. And I just exploded. I told her how stupid she was for suggesting such a thing. Bring my severely disabled, crippled sister along with me on a date with a girl, because you are too lazy to hire a sitter? How crazy are you to think that's a good idea? Every moment of my life has been about Jess. I'm not supposed to have a career or a family of my own because I need to take care of Jess when my mom dies. My mom even discouraged me from going to college because then I wouldn't be there to take care of her. I told her how much damage she has done to the family because of my sister. We struggled financially my entire life not because my mom is low income, but because she spent all our money on Jess. We drove a crappy 1996 Subaru Outback for years, and my mom couldn't afford to buy a new car, but she had no problem shelling out thousands to see a specialist doctor who will say the same thing every other doctor has. My sister is a glitch. She's not supposed to be here. She will never live a normal life. There's no reason she shouldn't be put in a home. I'm just so frustrated right now. I'm thinking about cutting ties with her, and reconnecting with my father. My dad divorced her once he realized that the rest of his life was going to be taking care of Jess. I can't fault him. My mom forbid me from contacting him, but Hess not the bad guy here. Creep kills my duck, so I ruin his life. So, here is my story. Back in May of 1990, there was an unseasonably late snowstorm. A few days after it snowed, I was riding my bike, and found a baby duckling all by itself near a river. There was no mother duck around, so I put it inside my shirt to keep it warm and brought it home on my bike. My mother thought it would die because it was so small and cold and wet and shivering, but I put it under a light, and after a while it dried off and started hopping around and peeping. It was so cute, it followed me like a puppy. I called it Philip, because it sounded like it was saying Philip, Philip, Philip whenever it peeped. So, after a few weeks, I figured I ought to teach it to swim and eat stuff in the lakes, so I started bringing it to a small local beach. Philip did well, he swam around and ate zazzas and snails and everyone at the beach loved him. Now my trouble started. After I had brought Philip to the beach several times, the lifeguard told me that his boss, the director of Parks and Recreation, who will be known as Stuffed Shirt, had told him that there was a city ordinance against bringing pets to city parks. I tried to explain to the lifeguard that it was only for a few weeks, and then the duck would be grown up and able to live on its own, but he didn't care. I was upset. How was I going to teach the duck to live on its own? I went to the library and got out the large blue books of city ordinances and looked up the relative ordinance, and discovered something interesting. There was one ordinance that prohibited bringing dogs into city parks, and another that prohibited bringing horses into city parks, both of which I see happening fairly often, by the way, but no ordinance against bringing ducks into city parks. So, I went home and called Stuffed Shirt. However, it being a weekend, he wasn't in, so his secretary answered the phone. I told her what had happened and what the ordinances actually said, and told her to tell Stuffed Shirt that I would be bringing my duck to the beach anytime I felt like it. Well, apparently when Stuffed Shirt heard this, his head exploded. He called me back and told me that he had had a conference with the city attorney about my duck, and according to him, the city attorney had decided that the law should be interpreted to refer to all domestic or pet animals, not merely dogs or horses. Then he said he had called the DNR, because I was not supposed to have a duck. Now, please note the following at this point: attorneys are not privileged to interpret the law, only judges are supposed to do that, and the law was not ambiguous such that it required interpretation. One specifically said dogs, the other specifically said horses. Note that at this point, my duck was referred to as a domestic animal. Anyway, a few days later the DNR agent shows up at my house, and marches right into my backyard, without ringing the doorbell, and without a warrant. We will call him Butt Buddy, because I suspect that was his relation to Stuffed Shirt, as he wasn't even from my city. Stuffed Shirt had gotten him to come over from another city. I was in my backyard at the time feeding Philip, my duck, and Butt Buddy proceeded to read me the riot act. First he told me that my duck was a wood duck, which is a wild animal, after Stuffed Shirt had previously referred to it as a domestic animal. And this was a lie. By the way, I learned later my duck was a mallard, which can be considered either wild or domestic, depending on the circumstances. Then he tells me that I can't have a wood duck, which my duck wasn't, without a game farm license, and that I couldn't get a game farm license unless I had 40 acres of land. He then told me that I either had to let my duck go by the end of the day, or he would confiscate it and take it to a lake in another town, where I would never see it again. I told him my duck was too little to let go, and I was going to let it go in a month, but he wouldn't hear it. He told me I had to do as I told him. I was crying as I let my poor little duckling Philip go on the lake. I went back that evening to check on him, and he was cowering, terrified, under a boardwalk. The next day, I couldn't find him at all. He probably got eaten by something because he was way too little to let go. Then, would you believe, the next week, Buddy the game warden came back onto my property, without permission, again, to make sure the duck was not still there. Now, onto the revenge part. After losing my duck, I went to the library and spent hours looking up the laws about wildlife and game farms, and I found out something very interesting. But Buddy the game warden had lied to me. As it turned out, you only needed 40 acres of land to get a game farm license on land where hunting, trapping, or killing of animals was going on. Otherwise there was no land requirement to get a game farm license, only a pen size requirement, which my pen for my duckling more than met. If I was devastated and crying my eyes out before, now I was so furious that my head was exploding. They killed my duck not because it was the law, but just for an ego trip. So I got even. I was the town eccentric, so I didn't have any reputation to lose, and didn't care what people thought of me. I spent the next several weeks walking around downtown and telling everyone who would stop and listen about my duck, and how Stuffed Shirt and Buddy had lied to me and made me condemn my own pet to death. Maybe people thought I was nuts, but I didn't care. Everyone was finding out what happened, and the Stuffed Shirt was scary. I had a friend from work who also worked part-time in his office, and she told me he was so frightened that he had gone to a lawyer to try to pursue a slander charge against me, to get to stop telling people what had happened. Only the lawyer told him there was absolutely nothing that could be done, because truth was an absolute defense against slander, and if he didn't like the truth, whose fault was that? Stuffed Shirt's critical mistake, of course, was actually filing a complaint with the DNR so that he could get Buddy game warden to legitimately intimidate me into releasing my baby duckling way too soon. The DNR, like all government agencies, keeps records. If he tried to claim I was lying and slandering him, there was documented proof of what had happened. So the outcome? Stuffed Shirt lost his cushy city bureaucrat job as the director of Parks and Recreation, and the last I heard of him, about 10 years after this happened, had lost 2 other jobs, his house, he couldn't make the payments when he had no job, his wife, who didn't want to stick around when he had no job, and was somewhere in a trailer park, drinking himself to death. I hope he did, too.
My scandalous aunt accused me of manipulating my cousin into not going to NYU, so I banned them in my apartment and blocked them. My cousin recently got into NYU. My mom told me when I invited her over for dinner a couple of weeks ago. She then brought up that he could live with me instead of dorming. She brought it up in a casual and joking manner, so I laughed and said I can't live with that drama queen for the life of me. She shrugged it off and she didn't bring up the topic again that night. Almost 4 days later I got a call from my aunt. She reiterated what my mother said and said she was so grateful for what I was doing for my cousin. I went silent for a little and asked what she meant by that. My aunt said that I had agreed to take my cousin in and let him live with me for his academic career. I was shocked at first and told her that I never agreed to that. She then followed with, I know, but he's your cousin, the least you can do is let him stay at your apartment. Now that I type it out it seems sort of innocent, but in that moment it angered me. I lost my cool and told her I don't owe anybody crap and hung up. I'll admit, I didn't handle that in the best manner and I could have been a lot calmer, but I don't want someone to live with me. I live by myself in a 2-bedroom apartment in Forest Hills. I already pay a lot for rent and have a very tight budget for food. Even if his parents offered to pay for his expenses, such as food and transportation, I still wouldn't want him living with me. Shortly after my blow up with my aunt, a few of my family members began blowing up my phone saying that I was being selfish and I was jealous of my cousin's success. My uncle texted me saying that I was ruining his son's life and ranted about how self-absorbed I am. To be frank, I don't care what he or anyone else in my family tells me about this situation. There's a reason I try to avoid them at family functions. What makes me wonder if I am the a-hole is when my mother said that I was being unfair and that I'll open my apartment door for one-night stands but not for her own family. I told her that she could have a say in who I let in my apartment when she started paying my rent. Right now, I'm contemplating blocking my mom. Update: so last night I called my cousin. We talked about the whole situation. He said that he didn't like how I talked to his mom that day, which is why he avoided my text. I apologized to him for cursing at his mom. He asked me not to get mad at what he was about to tell me. He then said that he was not even sure if he wanted to go to NYU. I immediately felt like screaming into a pillow. He didn't want to tell his parents because he knew how much they wanted him to go to NYU, but he wanted to go to the University of Toronto. I didn't say anything for a bit because I'm just over this whole thing. I told him that I wouldn't care when he decided to tell them because I'm going to have low contact with my family members. He must have told his mom because my mom and aunt showed up at my workplace. They didn't get past the lobby but they were damn loud, demanding that I talk to them. I came down to see if I could get them to leave. My aunt accused me of manipulating my cousin so he wouldn't go to NYU. It was honestly the most embarrassing 10 minutes of my life. The guard, thankfully, ushered them out of the lobby, but my manager called me to talk to her in her office and she wasn't happy with the whole situation. She asked if this would happen again and I told her what I honestly thought. I hope not. I made a group chat with my mom, aunt, and everyone else who sided with them and texted them, it's one thing to go after my moral character, but I can never forgive you for embarrassing me in front of my coworkers and my workplace. You're never allowed to come near my apartment or else I will call the cops on you. I blocked them all. Tomorrow I'm going to talk to my landlord to switch out the locks and get a new key.
What's a cold case where you believe the person is alive? I believe that David Sneddon still remains in Pyongyang, North Korea and is used as an English tutor under the alias of Yoon Bong-soo. David Sneddon was a student at Brigham Young University in Utah until he disappeared in August 2004, while hiking in the Tiger Leaping Gorge in China's Yunnan province. Fluent in Korean and speaking some Chinese, he was sightseeing before heading home to Utah and graduate school after finishing a 2-year mission for his church in South Korea. The local Chinese authorities first informed U.S. officials and the Sneddon family that David had most likely fallen into the river and drowned to death while hiking through the gorge. However, the family's own investigation soon afterward confirmed that David had finished his trek and been seen in a restaurant beyond the end of the gorge. His disappearance immediately thereafter was not explained, although a number of factors indicated a North Korean connection. First, North Korean agents were actively operating in the area at the time with the acquiescence of Chinese officials, detaining North Korean defectors and their suspected supporters. Second, Charles R. Jenkins, a U.S. soldier who deserted to North Korea in 1965 and was used by the regime to teach English to North Korean officials and agents, left North Korea 1 month before David's disappearance. David's youth and fluency in English and Korean would have made him particularly appealing as a replacement candidate. Third, Japanese specialists on North Korea affiliated with the National Association for the Rescue of Japanese Kidnapped by North Korea, NARCN, obtained information from reliable sources in China that in August 2004, an American student closely matching David's description was detained by Chinese authorities who were observed to release him into the hands of North Korean agents. In September last year, the US and UK media quoted Mr. Choi to report that Mr. Snedden turned up alive in North Korea after being kidnapped to serve as Kim Jong-un's personal English tutor in August 2004 while he was traveling Yunnan Province, China. Since then, both the Senate and the House of Representatives of the U.S. passed a resolution urging action to find out what happened to Snedden. North Korea strongly denied kidnapping him. It is said that the U.S. Embassy has requested Mr. Choi the current state of Mr. Snedden and further information to decisively confirm his identity up until now. According to North Korean sources, Snedden has been relocated to Mount Myohyang, is under special surveillance after foreign press reports, and was spotted at the Chosun Red Cross Hospital and Pongsu Church in Pyongyang before being relocated. According to Choi, sources in North Korea told him that then North Korean leader Kim Jong-il made a special order in 2004 to find a tutor to teach English and American culture to his children. Sources also said that the Overseas Political Dissident Division of the State Security Department and staff deployed to Myanmar kidnapped Snedden and brought him to Pyongyang in October 2004. Now, Mr. Snedden goes by the Korean name Yoon Bong-soo and he is married to a woman named Kim Yoon-hae. They even have 2 children, a boy and a girl. Mr. Choi argued that such a story was revealed by a person who was involved in the kidnapping of Mr. Snedden and he confessed to Mr. Choi's North Korean source before he was dead. They have met with a multitude of NGOs, human rights advocates, Japanese government officials, who are convinced David is a victim of kidnapping by the hermit state. Update: my wife wants a threesome for her birthday. My wife, 30, and I, 26, have been married for a year now, and I can't handle her crazy anymore. We lost a baby back in January, and that triggered her having a complete mental breakdown. She got diagnosed as bipolar a few months back, and when she was taking her medication everything seemed like it was back to normal. She hasn't taken the medication or been to therapy in a very long time, and everything has gotten worse. I am genuinely afraid for my life and her life way more often than I should be. She refuses violently to take her medication or to anything to get treatment. She will yell and scream and chew me out for an hour straight and then try to cuddle up to me or get intimate like nothing happened. Her mood swings are getting extreme. She's unpredictable at best, but I have to walk on eggshells just to avoid getting hit on the back or the shoulder. I have bruises now. The worst of it was only last night, when we were in bed and I didn't want to cuddle in the position she wanted to. She sat up, straddled me and hit my chest, neck and face. She full on quit her job. I now have the only income stream in our family. We barely have enough money to live and we can't afford to do very much extra. She barely leaves the house without me, and just stays home and naps or watches TV or intimate videos all day while I'm at work. She manipulates me into having intimacy, yes, it is very much manipulation now, for hours after I get home, and guilt trips me when I want to go see my friends or go to the gym or church. I am not taking summer college courses, so I have a little more free time than I did in the spring, and she has made sure that I spend every single minute of it with her. I feel less like her partner and more like her slave a lot of the time. She obsesses over me to a ridiculous degree. I found an Apple AirTag in my car, and in my work backpack. She's controlling, she's manipulative, calculating and really cruel. Almost every single thing she does is like scientifically designed to either get something from me or to punish me for not being enough. I found a chart and some notes on her phone of ways that have worked to get me to do things for her, like intimacy or household chores or to get me to buy her a gift or take her out. She has an extensive list of my daily schedule and activities, like if she wants intimacy or to watch a particular movie, or to go out to eat, or get me to buy her jewelry or perfume or clothes or shoes. She has this system of ways of asking me and coercing me into do it, with rewards and punishments to get me to mentally associate doing things or not doing things. It's like training a dog except I'm her husband. I feel like every day it gets worse. I'm living in a nightmare. I can hardly look at her anymore. It's been 3 days since I found the list. I printed it out and I'm taking it with me. She makes me sick. I'm going to leave the AirTag in my work locker and visit a divorce attorney today. I already have the appointment. I'm going to call her parents and tell them everything too before I tell her. My big issue is I don't know how she's going to react when she gets the news. I'm thinking I might maybe get my documents and valuable stuff out of the apartment when I get home and pretend I'm taking them to a storage unit, and then call her from a hotel. I'm also going to have the cops on standby if she even makes any indication that she's going to hurt herself. But yeah, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. Maybe I'm weak, or not tough, or a jerk for not sticking with her, but I can't keep living like this. Teachers, when can you tell if a student is going through depression or self-loathing? If so, what do you do to try and help? I've been teaching high school for 13 years. In that time, We've lost about a student a year on average, and about half of those have been suicides. After one particularly impactful student's passing, I made it my personal mission to form a personal connection with every one of my students. You can tell a student is going through depression or self-loathing the same way you're able to tell when a friend of yours is going through those same feelings. Students are people, after all. Oftentimes, attendance drops, attention to self-care tapers off, and they start to withdraw. They'll stop raising their hand and doing their assignments and sleep through class more and more. When that happens, I try to pull kids aside and say, "Hey, I've noticed that you seem like you're going through something. You're not alone. I'm here for you and I care about you." Some kids will deny anything is going on. Some will burst into tears and reach out for a hug. Some will set an appointment to come in and talk later. I also let them know about the support groups we have on campus and ask if they're interested. Sometimes I call home, sometimes I don't. I feel out the situation and decide from there. I'll also try to put that student in a group with my more mature students. Not the overly positive ones, but the most level-headed, just so that there's some consistency in their life. Most importantly, I try to say every single one of my students' names every day in a positive way. I want to talk to every single kid every single period, even if it's just a "Hey, I love your new shoes." I pay special attention to the kids I know are going through something. It's a delicate balance. I want them to know that I am paying special attention to them, but I don't want everyone else to know that I'm doing anything different. So acknowledging all kids this way allows me to spend just a minute or two longer with the ones who really need it without them getting labeled as teachers' pets. My wife treats me like an outsider in my own family. I have no one. I have been married for 15 years. I have known my wife since I was 8. We have 3 daughters together. 17, 14, and 11. I'm tired of feeling like I'm an outsider in my relationships with all of them. I'm just an ATM and taxi service to my kids. My wife hasn't kissed me in 6 months. She has not said that she loves me in 1.5 years. No matter how much I communicate, try to plan anything or do anything, it is always shot down, forgotten, or dismissed. I don't get angry and don't yell. I don't get physical. I like to splurge during birthdays and Mother's Day. I throw parties and give gifts and try to show how much I love them. I get a lukewarm, "Thanks," and if I'm lucky, a side hug that lasts 0.0001 seconds. This week was the breaking point. Father's Day. I wake up to an empty house. Odd. No note, nothing was written on the calendar, and nothing said beforehand. I sent a text, and I get back. I took the girls out for a spa day, don't wait up. Then nothing, literally nothing. Dinner time comes around, and they get home. How their say was, "It was fine." I ask what they would like for dinner. Nothing, we already ate at one of my favorite restaurants. Cool, whatever. There is no mention of it being Father's Day. No, "I love you, how are you?" Nothing. Fast forward to Wednesday. Which was my birthday. Nothing. Literally again, nothing. I suggested plans. They get shot down. I suggested food. Nope, shot down. Ask about watching a movie, they are all too busy, they just sat on their phones doing nothing. Now to Thursday night. I'm in bed. My wife is next to me. She rolls over and says in a crappy tone, "Oh, your birthday was the other day. I guess you expect to have intimacy." That broke something in me, best of my memory of how it went down. I said no, I don't expect intimacy. At this point, I don't expect anything anymore. Her what is that supposed to mean? So I started asking her questions. When was the last time we shared a kiss? Like a week? Nope, it was in December, and it was during her parents' holiday party. When was the last time we had intimacy? The beginning of the year? Nope, wrong, it has been over a year. She was adamant that we did it in February. I was dealing with my mom's health and her passing. So I said something like, "You may have had intimacy but it wasn't with me. When was the last time you said you love me?" I say it all the time. Not to me, check your messages / you don't say it to me face to face. Well, you should just know I do. When was the last time we went on a date? Long pause. Her, "You're being unfair." Emotions turned on fully. I was crying and raising my voice at this point. It asks her how? She can't answer. I asked her how wanting any sign of love from anyone in the house is unfair. If expecting anything for my birthday or Father's Day was unfair. She got a no shit look. "Yeah, you forgot that as well. I'm not an ATM, I'm not a taxi service, I'm not a punching bag." She asked why this was coming up out of the blue. It didn't. I have tried to talk to my family and again get dismissed or ignored. I brought up examples. I got an "I didn't know you were serious. I didn't know it was such a big deal." I left saying something to the point of, "If you want to pretend that I'm invisible and don't exist, fine, you don't have to pretend anymore." I left the house at almost midnight. On Thursday/Friday morning. Haven't been home since. I'm not sure what to do now. I'm finally sober enough to think, but I don't know what to do. First time drinking in over 15 years by the way, and I'm not going to drink anymore. I love my family. But I can't keep this up. I don't know what more I can do. I think they would be happier without me. They already act like I don't exist. I can't be the one who is blamed for everything. If I truly am the problem, then me not being there should fix it. I can't do it anymore. I have tried to be a good provider, a good partner, and a good dad. Never missed an event of our kids. Never prioritized work. I kept good hours so I could see them more. Took on more responsibility to better our life and future. But, it is never appreciated. It is never enough. I am never enough. I only have one message from my wife: I'm sorry for making you feel that way. We all love you, and we are here for you when you want to come home and talk. That is it. No other messages. No calls. Nothing from the kids. I feel like if they really wanted me there, they would try reaching out more. All of the kids have their own phone. I don't know what she told them. I'm sure they heard me raise my voice. Me raising my voice would have definitely got their attention since I never do. I'm sure they heard me leave. I just don't know.
My 32F cousin, 34F, is marrying a cheater, 35M, and I can't stop her. My 32F cousin, 34F, Victoria, is a doctor and engaged to another doctor, Victor, 35M. Victor and Victoria have been engaged for 2 years now and are finally getting married. The wedding is planned for this Saturday, religious, civil, and reception. They have a friend in common, another doctor, Emily, 34F, who is going to be a bridesmaid. You can guess where I am going. This past Friday, Victoria had her bachelorette and we left the city to have a spa day and then returned to the city to go party to this fancy club, but we never made it to the club. We returned from the spa town to Emily's home before getting changed to go party. At some point, Victoria announced she was feeling sick and locked herself in the bathroom. My first thought, obviously, was that something she ate didn't sit well with her. Roughly an hour later, I managed to coax her out, and she asked me to take her home. I'm meant to be maid of honor, so taking care of her falls to me. I called Uber and took her to my place. There she told me everything. When we were dressing, she was in the kitchen, and she saw a notification from her fiancé in Emily's phone. She'd left it to charge there. At first, she thought it was a surprise planned for her, but then another message came in with a more romantic tone. And another, and another. That's when she got sick and ran to the bathroom. I stayed with her through Friday evening and most of Saturday. Saturday evening, I dropped her at her place after she made me promise I wouldn't say a word to anyone. I agreed because I thought she wanted to end things in her own terms. Sunday and Monday were silent, and everything seemed to be moving forward. Today, Tuesday, was out makeup trial, just the two of us, and she told me what happened with Victor. Victoria told him nothing and waited for him to fall asleep. Unblocked his phone and checked it in the bathroom. She found the conversation with Emily's messages and began to read back to the top. They've been together for 6 months, and she's pregnant. She's urging Victor not to marry Victoria and marry her instead. Victoria took a bunch of screenshots but only showed me the one where Emily told Victor she was pregnant and a few of the ones where she begs him not to marry my cousin. I begged her again to cancel everything and tell our family why, but she insisted there's going to be a wedding and that I should trust her. I'm scared for her. How do I stop her? Update. My 32F cousin, 34F, is marrying a cheater, 35M, and I can't stop her. Victoria convinced her dad and 2 other cousins to go with Victor, his dad, and groomsmen to go camping on Thursday and Friday as a men's things. She also asked me to visit her on Friday with a friend who is a vet. He has a horse trailer, for 1 horse only, so she asked us to bring that, too, if it's clean and unoccupied. Victor and Victoria moved together when they became engaged. So she's moving out her things. She also said, those two are ending happy together over my dead body. The wedding plans are moving as usual. The plan is to take out her things on Friday, and on Saturday morning, the bride's side gets ready at the apartment. Victor returns to his parents' house Friday evening and gets ready there on Saturday. Those who were guessing revenge were right. Now, I'll probably make a post on Sunday to tell you the rest of it. Next morning, my friend, let's call him Jack, came by with his horse trailer and a bunch of boxes. We spent the day packing and cleaning every trace of Victoria at the apartment. The rental contract is in Victor's name, so my cousin won't be affected by leaving. We loaded everything on Jack's trailer, which wasn't much, because the furniture belonged to Victor, but it was all her books, clothing, toiletries, shoes. We left only the wedding things behind. He was going to be waiting for us at the back of the venue, because Victoria didn't want to stay after she was done with Victor. I also caught Jack loosening a few light bulbs at random just to mess with Victor. He hates cheaters. Victoria's things are currently sitting in Jack's office, and Victoria again came to sleep at my place. For this, Victoria had asked me to buy and wrap for present a pair of baby shoes, which I was to keep until the reception. Saturday morning shows up and we left early for the apartment to get ready. The makeup artist and stylists arrive, my aunt arrives, and the bridesmaids arrive. Including Emily. We, Mo and bridesmaids, finished before the bride and I send them downstairs to the building lobby so we can surprise them with the finished look of Victoria. After she was ready, we went downstairs, and when the elevator doors opened, my eyes went straight to Emily. The other girls were all celebrating and clapping and hugging Victoria. It was just seconds, but I saw her face fell and her eyes get shiny before she composed herself and hugged everyone pretending to be happy. We all took a picture in the garden across the street from the building and then headed out to the church. We meet the rest of the wedding party there, we do the groom's first look, the pictures, and all that jazz. Victoria sent everyone inside to take places and asks me and Emily to come with her to this little chapel outside to fix something in Emily's dress. That's when Victoria dropped the bomb on Emily. This I am quoting and translating from the video I took, which I absolutely won't share. Victoria, I'm glad you're here, and I brought you here, Emily, to tell you that I know all about this affairs of yours with my fiancé. I know you're pregnant and it's Victor's. I've known since Friday evening, Emily. What are you going to do? Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you do anything? Victoria, because I want us to reach this point. When you see me as a bride about to marry the man you say is the love of your life. To make sure you know and understand that no, even pregnant with his baby, he's going to choose you over me. That he wants you for some fun, and he wants me for his life. After that, Emily said she was sorry and ran crying out of the chapel and the church. She was pale and very upset, and I have no idea where she is, and I don't care much. Victoria almost broke down too, but I left her to calm down and went to tell the rest of the bridal party that she needed a moment. That Emily felt ill and left, and Victoria got nervous because of it. I went back in with Victoria, helped fix what little of makeup and hair were out of place. We went back to the party and the wedding went on. As planned, religious wedding first, then civil wedding, and then to the reception. I noticed Victor counting the bridesmaids a couple of times, but I said nothing. We arrive at the venue, everyone sits, the bride and groom presented to everyone, there's clapping, meal starts, and after the end of the meal, when toasts are meant to come, Victoria drops bomb number 2. She stands up and asks me for the little gift box. Again, I'm quoting and translating. Victoria, thank you all for being here with Victor and I, for coming to celebrate our wedding, our families and friends. As some of you noticed, one of my bridesmaids, Emily, is not here right now. At the mention of Emily, Victor's smile fell off. Victoria, but I don't want her absence to ruin the party. I prepared a little surprise for my husband, Victor. Then she hands him the little box. He was trembling as he opened it and took out the little baby shoes. I could see faces start to lit up, thinking Victoria was pregnant. Victor was pale as drywall. Victoria, and I want to congratulate him, because even when I won't become a mom, he will become a dad. Of Emily's baby, the silence afterwards was absolutely terrifying. But we didn't stay to see the aftermath of everyone understanding what had just happened. We left through the kitchen and got into Jack's car, without the trailer now, and left. Victoria sent the screenshots to the family groups, ours and Victor's, the wedding planning group, and their work group from the hospital. We're in another city in the next state. We sent a message to our families that we're fine and turned off the phones.
Screw your HOA and its ridiculous rules. Back in high school, I was all about my car. Don't get me wrong, it was a rolling POS, but it was my car. It had a trade-in value of maybe $5, but it was my car. I was learning how to take care of it, by which I mean I found where the dipstick was and how to pull it. I hadn't yet moved on to tire inflation. One step at a time. One day after school I drove over to my friend's place. We jump out, pop the hood, pull the dipstick, check the oil, and it was fine, so put the hood back down. I had no idea what an HOA was nor what it meant. I was just a happy ignorant teenager eager to demonstrate how responsible I was with my wheels. A few days go by and we're hanging out at my friend's place when his mom comes home. She starts giving us the business in that I'm annoyed but trying not to be voice about a warning she received from the HOA regarding repairing cars in your driveway, complete with a photo of my POS with the hood up. Really, she was being pretty good, though clearly annoyed. We explained that we weren't repairing anything, that I was just checking the oil level, and didn't even need any tools. Picture just had the hood up. She softened quite a bit, and the focus of her annoyance shifted from us to the HOA, since it's entirely reasonable for anyone to check the level of oil in a car. She finds her copy of the HOA rules and we all read them together. Sure enough, there's a bylaw that says you can't repair a car in the driveway. I protest that I wasn't repairing anything, I was just checking the oil. Reading the exact rules on exactly what was forbidden sparked an idea. I look at my friend, raise an eyebrow, and say, fight the power? Fight the power. I propose my plan to his mom and ask for permission since she's going to have to deal with the fallout. She's on board since she thinks this is supremely stupid, and we set in motion. Cue the MC. Every day after school my friend and I drove our POS machines to his place, parked in their driveway, raised the hoods, and just looked at the engines. No tools, we weren't even near them. We didn't check the oil, we didn't so much as touch them nor wipe them down with a rag. All we did was expose them to the birds, the sky, and God above to just let them breathe. After a while I got bored, so I started setting up an easel and drawing my engine 10 minutes at a time. My friend had to one-up me, so decided he needed some tasteful artistic photos with his engine. He judged the best photos would be him laying over the engine shirtless, stroking and fake kissing it. Just absurd over the top moronic high schooler stuff. Predictably the HOA was on us like stink on shit. The warnings quickly turned into fines, complete with pictures of both vehicles with their hoods up. Then more pictures with mine with its hood up and an easel in front. Then even more pictures with my friend's with its hood up, him laying in the engine compartment and me taking pictures of him with a camera. Soon enough his mom let us know it was time for the monthly HOA meeting. Of course all three of us had to go in person to protest the fines. So the motley pair of us show up along with his mom, and his mom's stack of fine notices. I bring along my engine drawing, and we printed some of my friend's boudoir engine photos larger than normal. After a while it was new business time, and my friend's mom steps up. I'm pretty sure they expected her to play the "my son and his friend are morons, please make these fines go away" since I didn't know what they were doing sympathy card. Nope, not a chance. She politely but firmly attested that she was being sent fines for something that wasn't in the bylaws, and asked the board to stop. One of the board members spoke up saying that working on cars was against the bylaws, and clearly that's what was going on since both hoods were up. Oh, you should have seen their faces when she corrected them that the bylaw said no repairs were allowed, that there were no repairs going on in any of the pictures since no tools were visible, and that we were just doing art projects for school. Even longer faces were seen when she showed my, truthfully completely terrible, drawing of my engine, along with the date stamped a couple weeks ago pictures. This was back when film cameras stamped a date directly on the picture, of my friend trying to seduce his engine. The HOA president called for a 5-minute recess, during which the board huddled in a corner of the room. After the recess, the president succinctly said, "Ma'am, we are going to dismiss all your fines. Have a nice evening." We damn near danced out of that meeting. Being the obnoxious shitheads that my friend and I were, we had to do the drawing/photo routine a few more times just to make sure they weren't going to start sending more fines. They wisely didn't, and being victorious we soon found other ways to annoy them. HOA forbids repairing your car in your driveway. Friend and I decided to draw my engine and take photos of my friend on top of his instead. My therapist confessed his intimate thoughts about me. My therapist, who is in his late 50s, has always been wonderful. I started seeing him when I was 16, and I am now 18 as of 3 months ago. Our relationship has always been great, never unprofessional nor too uptight. We'd make jokes and create a relaxed environment while still having a proper therapy session, each lasting an hour. My therapist does freelance care, and hosts his sessions in his home, which isn't unusual for older therapists. I've had many therapists who have home offices. To make it clear, my therapist has never discussed inappropriate matters with me besides childhood abuse. My therapist never flirted with me and never made inappropriate comments. The few times he's mentioned my appearance is during discussion of my eating disorder, where he'd reassure me I'm beautiful and shouldn't worry about my weight the way I do. I've always felt comfortable with him, and as a little fashion freak I wear all kinds of clothes and dress up often, even to therapy sessions. Today, I went in only wearing leggings and a baggy shirt, as I'm on my period and couldn't stand the thought of wearing jeans or a skirt. Nothing out of the ordinary until we spoke of my eating disorder again, and he mentioned how attractive I am but was more persistent this time. He insisted my body was nice and that when I'd flirt with him he takes it as a compliment. I laughed, but what, flirt with him? He's a married 50-something-year-old. I didn't say anything about it and changed the subject, and yet somehow we ended back at this same topic. He explained how once I was leaning over to show him something and my cleavage was a temptation. I laughed again, awkwardly, but he interjected, "I'm serious." I felt really uncomfortable and kept trying to change the subject but he kept going. He referenced another time where I was writing something on the dining table and my breasts pushed together were really tempting. And then he added on to it, "The creepiest part to me, or when you wore those fishnets." I won't bring up the fishnets. I've had dreams about those. What? My therapist explains my 17 and 18-year-old body is tempting and that he's dreaming of me in the clothing I wear. The worst part is when the session was over he told me I really enjoyed this session. A therapy session isn't usually enjoyable, but I'm sure he felt enjoyment talking about my body by the way he periodically adjusted himself through the session. He's great at his job, but this discussion has me considering getting a new therapist. I am getting a new therapist. I'm clearly being groomed and manipulated. Thank you to everyone who's encouraged me to report and leave his service.
What is your did it before it was cool thing? I had a fidget spinner on my desk for about 6 months before they blew up. At that time they weren't being mass produced at all. You pretty much got them 3D printed or laser cut from acrylic. I thought they were neat and sent them to my dad and brothers for Christmas. I still have my first one on my desk. It's laser cut neon yellow acrylic. Saw Kendrick Lamar in a college gym for $5 in 2011. Competitive gaming. You used to be an absolute loser if you were into it. Now those same kids are basically celebrities. Big Chungus was my profile pic for years before it became a meme. This has to be the biggest flex here.
Almost unalive this beach on a plane. This happened a few days ago while I was on a quick flight in Europe, about an hour long. I find my seat, all set for my journey, and someone's already in my spot. I show the person my boarding pass and try to explain, but they're just shrugging and acting like they've never heard of seat numbers or something. No words, just seat-stealing confusion. I've never seen such a mess of people not caring about where they're supposed to sit or stand. I figure, alright, let's keep the peace. Instead of causing a ruckus or getting the flight attendants involved, I squeeze into the middle seat. It's not my favorite spot, but I'm trying to adult here. The hour flies by and we're getting ready to land. But Mr. Seat Stealer decides it's his cue to jump up, while we're still on the move. The flight crew quickly puts a stop to this. As we wait for the plane to get its parking spot, I spot my chance for some sweet payback. I pretend to fall asleep. I let almost everyone else exit before I wake up, stretch, and leisurely grab my stuff from the overhead compartment. And guess who's standing behind me? Yep, Mr. Seat Stealer himself. It's a narrow plane aisle, so there's no chance he's zipping around me. Oh, the satisfaction of a good walk of triumph. Life's full of little moments that make you grin, even when you're stuck on a plane with a seat-stealing stranger. Who knew travel adventures could be this amusing? People who have discovered a long-lost family secret during a mundane task. What's your story? I was never particularly close to my grandfather. He was a stern, quiet man who kept to himself most of the time. When he passed away, he left behind a small, cluttered house filled with old books, trinkets, and a lifetime of memories. My task was to clean out the house and prepare it for sale. One day, while I was sorting through a pile of old documents in the attic, I found an old, dusty suitcase tucked away in a corner. Intrigued, I opened it to find a collection of old letters, photographs, and a worn-out military uniform. The letters were written in German, a language I didn't understand. However, the photographs were what caught my attention. They were pictures of my grandfather, but he looked different. He was younger, of course, but there was something else. He was wearing a military uniform, but it wasn't an American one. It was a German uniform, complete with a swastika. I was shocked. My grandfather was a German soldier during World War II. I knew he was born in Germany, but he had always told us he moved to the US before the war. I had to know more. I took the letters to a friend who knew German and asked her to translate. The letters were correspondence between my grandfather and his brother. They spoke of the war, of the fear and uncertainty, and of my grandfather's growing disillusionment with the Nazi regime. One letter, in particular, stood out. It was the last one, dated 1944. In it, my grandfather told his brother that he could no longer support the atrocities he was witnessing. He had decided to desert the German army and flee to America. He knew the risks, but he believed it was the only way he could live with himself. This revelation was shocking. My quiet, stern grandfather was a deserter, a man who had the courage to stand up against the Nazis and risk everything for what he believed in. It changed the way I saw him and gave me a newfound respect for the man I thought I knew. The house didn't sell. I couldn't let it. Instead, I turned it into a small museum, a testament to my grandfather's bravery, and a reminder of the importance of standing up for what's right, even when it's the hardest thing to do. You're going to lie to the police? I'll go along with it, I guess. So I got into a car accident a few days ago. It was minor but mostly my fault. I was doing a K-turn out of a residential driveway on a busy street and while backing up, hit a car that was speeding to get past. No airbags were deployed and both cars were completely drivable. This accident happened about 4:45. In the car was a middle-aged father and mother with a toddler and I carried the back next to the door that was hit. This family does not speak English. The father got out of the car and did the immediate look at my damaged woes that come with an accident. He tells me there's a baby in the back and shows me the still sleeping child. His wife immediately gets on the phone with who I believe is the police. We pull into a parking lot to get off the busy road and wait. About 20 minutes later I grabbed their hubcap out of the road and handed it to the gentleman and he opened the back door again and showed me the sleeping baby. It's now about 5:40 and the couple's niece and her boyfriend show up. They immediately demand money to fix the car and I told them we'll go through insurance. She asked several times if I really want to go that way and I told her there was no way I had the money to fix both cars, so insurance it is. She proceeds to call the police at that point. The aunt was on the phone with her and not the police? Fine, I'll wait even longer for the police to come then. Around 6:15 the toddler finally wakes up and starts crying. It's now been asleep for at least an hour and a half and most likely is hungry. At 6:30 the cops show up and ask the niece if the baby needs paramedics, and the niece, who didn't show up until almost an hour after the initial collision, starts to lie to the police about how the baby has been crying since the accident and to send them. I've been in a few accidents over my years as a driver and now I'm starting to smell what this really is, insurance scam. I looked through my dash cam and was able to prove they sped through a red light right before the driveway where I turned from. When the cop came to ask me what happened I told him my side of the events and showed the dash cam proving the light was red in the direction they claimed to be coming from. For good measure I told the police that the baby only started crying about 15 minutes prior to when they got there. The niece started screaming that I was lying. I then told the police officer if what she says is true then I'd like to make a claim against them for child endangerment. They claimed that baby was crying for the last 2 hours from the accident and never once did they call 911 for medical assistance. They called their niece to come here instead of emergency services and only asked for them after they were offered. The car seat also isn't center mounted like required by state law and should be cited. At that point the niece is calling me every name in the book like she just found I cheated on her from Jerry Springer. I then calmly tell the officer that my dashcam was running the entire time we were stopped and have it on record when the child woke up. The officer looked at her and said, "Ma'am, it's a crime to lie on a police report. Was the baby crying since the accident?" All of a sudden she now had to check with her aunt and uncle to find out. She withdrew her claim and the officer tossed out her witness statement because she wasn't an actual witness to anything. Hopefully no bullshit lawsuit comes from it.
My therapist asked for a 20% tip. My ex and I have a 12-year-old boy who's going through some things. We found a therapist and we've been seeing her for a couple of years. It hasn't been life-changing for me in any way. In fact, it became more of a pointless chore like making your bed or folding your underwear. I might have gotten a few things out of it but would not do it again. A few weeks ago, I had told our therapist that it's bizarre to not have to worry about money for the first time in my life. I make good money and don't have many bills. I'm saving like $1,000 a month. Last week the therapist asked me if I could start making a copayment. I don't have a copayment because my insurance covers 100% of therapy sessions. I explained that to her. She said that was true but maybe I could start paying like $20 cash because she's not making a lot with what my insurance pays her. Like a tip. I was at a loss for words. I said, "And I suppose this has no relation to my telling you that I had disposable income from a few weeks ago?" She said of course not. It was like she was asking for a raise lol. I said I'd think about it. I found nothing about tipping your therapist. I talked to my ex and said I was firing the therapist. She told me not to throw away 2 years of work and I said this therapist tried taking advantage of me. She offered to pay and I said I'm not stopping you but I'm not doing the sessions anymore and neither is our son. The trust I had in our therapist is forever broken. I left a voicemail and text message explaining we weren't in need of services anymore. I haven't heard back. Guess what? Our lives didn't fall apart, and the therapist replied that I totally misunderstood this whole tip thing.
Guy quit his job thinking he became rich. Hey, new to Reddit, I thought I would post my story here. I work for a construction company and we do remodeling on homes. We have a rule here that we get to keep anything we find hidden behind the walls. We hired this guy, we really needed a worker badly, who was a total a-hole from day one. I've been working for this company for 5 years and this guy has only been doing construction for 1 year after he got fired from his accounting job for getting a DUI. Anyways, he would always make fun of my clothes and my accent, and one day he went too far by telling my boss about my private Instagram account pics. He got on my phone and looked through my Instagram page and showed my boss pictures of me smoking the za. Little did he know that my boss is my friend from 8 years when we used to smoke together before we both quit. I was so mad that he violated my privacy, then I made a plan to F him over. He was the kind of guy who would always come in late and complain that trains or traffic is why he was always late. One day I overheard him saying that if he won the lottery he would quit this job for not getting the respect he deserves. You have to earn your respect here. One day I bought some fake gold coins online and I put them in a metal box I found at the antique store and waited for a chance to hide it in a wall. Luckily I did not have to wait long. The day he found the coins it seemed like it was his best day ever. First thing he did when he opened the box. He called my boss a fing loser and he quit immediately on the spot. He said F this place, I'm rich, lol. Little did he know that was the best day of my life. After he quit my boss told us that he was going to fire him anyways for always showing up late. I wish I could see the look on his face when he finds out the gold coins are fake. Best $40 I spent in my life. Should a husband leave if a wife goes from fit to obese? Oftentimes it's not the obesity but the effects of the obesity. 10 years into our marriage, Julia and I each had gained a lot of weight. It was a combination of things: pregnancy, work, bad habits, poor nutrition. Our lives were pretty good otherwise. Kids were growing up. We were settled financially and career-wise. We had a good relationship and got along well. When a convenience store opened near us, we'd walk down together and giddily purchase junk snacks and drinks. Then we'd get home and enjoy our Nutter Butters and Hostess cakes together. Great, huh? We got fatter and fatter, and our obesity weighed down our marriage, pun intended. Our sex lives dwindled directly due to the obesity. First of all, it caused problems for me to perform. We also had poor self-body image. And to be perfectly frank, obesity affected our intimate attraction for each other. I would never consider leaving Julia for any reason. Certainly I didn't marry her just for beauty or sex. However, was our marriage the best it could be? Not at that time. Finally one evening Julia told me she was going to pursue bariatric surgery. She had talked about it over the years, but I discouraged it. I had heard of poor complications and was afraid. I told her that she was fine the way she was. But that night she was determined and committed. So I told her I'd support her in her decision. At the same time I also made a lifestyle decision to lose weight on my own. So we both set on the journey together. Julia started her program and then had the surgery right before the pandemic. Afterwards, we planned our meals together and encouraged each other to exercise. I started doing more of the food prep. For the first few weeks I made her special bariatric diet foods. Over the next 9 months we both lost an extraordinary amount of weight. Julia lost around 45% of her weight and I lost around 30%. This was around the beginning of the pandemic. Later on, Julia would say hi to friends and they wouldn't recognize her at all. Losing weight had a substantial effect, especially on our marriage. We both felt healthier and had more energy. We looked better in clothes, and had a good time shopping together for a new wardrobe. We styled and groomed ourselves with an eye toward seducing the other. We were more flirtatious with each other. With better self-body image and health our sex life improved in quantity and quality. Yes, a husband should stick with his wife for better or for worse. I absolutely would, and I expect Julia to do the same. However, that doesn't mean you should just acquiesce for worse, when you can work together for better. My alt because she follows my main account. My girlfriend of 5 years has been deaf since she was 6. She reads lips pretty well, but prefers sign language. I didn't know a single sign when I met her, but I could tell right away there was something between us, so I started learning after I got home from our first date. Fast forward a few years, I'm now fluent in ASL and we use it to talk almost exclusively. When she's not looking though, I talk to her even though she can't hear me or see my lips to read. I tell her how much I love her, how I'm going to marry her someday, how beautiful she is, etc. I've even been practicing proposing, so it's not so terrifying when I actually do it. She has no idea and I plan to keep it that way. I warned my friend about my disgusting ex who she is now engaged to, and she keeps complaining about things I warned her about. I met Dave in college. We dated, everything was great. We got engaged and moved in together. Within 10 months I realized he had a serious issue with laziness, and some other stuff. Sue has been my friend for years and was supposed to be my maid of honor. She was upset about the breakup but one day called and said Dave asked her out. This was a few months after the breakup. I'm not a gatekeeper. I just said, Sue, he's not a good guy. You're like a sister to me and I wouldn't want my sister involved in the same situation I just got out of. I added some situations. I said hey, I'm not perfect either, but the relationship was far from balanced and was so toxic. The ring or apartment didn't help. She's a grown butt woman and I told her to do what she wanted, but seriously. She said she understood. Next week they started dating. I just removed myself. I had blocked my ex and saw he sent me a message on socials but blocked and deleted all of it. Now, a year and a half later. Side note, I caught my ex trying to mess with my birth control once, which made my intimacy drive/trust just fell and was a big domino in our breakup. He wants kids yet can't bring himself to shower more than 1 in 3 days. She called me crying. They are now engaged, with the ring I gave back to him, and she is pregnant. She's at the end of her line. He doesn't help with the house and pays little on bills. He told her, his pregnant girlfriend, to go donate blood if she was so worried about money. I let her cry for an hour. How he's lazy and refuses to work, his negative attitude, and how he's s-bots online but how it isn't cheating since it's AI. How lazy and SHT he is. She even retold stories that I told her of what he did to me. I felt numb listening to it and just thank God it wasn't me. This was what I was afraid of. This is why I left him. At the end I just mustered, Sue, I told you this would happen when you started dating. Not like a sneery jab, just an emotional, honest one. She hung up. She hasn't tried to contact me since. A perfectly normal couple has a baby, but very unexpectedly, the baby is born without arms or legs, or even a body. It's just a head. The baby was born as just a head, yet by some miracle he lived. Despite the circumstances of the baby, the couple embrace their roles as parents and, as unusual as it is, they raise their baby, trying to make his life as normal as possible. Obviously, it's a struggle, but they manage. And they love and treat their son like any other normal kid. Well, as much as possible. They raise him all the way up to the day of their son's 21st birthday. The father decides to take his son for his first official real drink as an adult. So they go to the local pub, where the father proudly puts his son on the bar and orders 2 shots of the finest. The bartender can't believe what he's seeing, but goes and gets the drinks. The father takes the drinks, cheers the glasses together, and takes down his shot while pouring a shot for his son simultaneously. Lo and behold, the son starts wiggling and shaking and suddenly, dramatically, it sprouts an entire torso. What the hell, screams the dad. Bartender. 2 more shots. And they do it again, and the torso and head start wiggling and shaking and boom, the son sprouts 2 arms. Unbelievable, screams the dad. 2 more shots. And this time of course, the son, delirious with happiness, does his own shot. And the subsequent shaking and wiggling leads to him instantly sprouting 2 legs. 2 more shots, screams the dad. Holy crap. Wait, screams the son, look. I can walk. I can run, and with that, the son goes running out the door, straight into traffic, and gets struck by a bus. Says the bartender. Should have quit while he was ahead. My girlfriend landed a role on a TV show. I watched the premiere with my family and now I completely regret it. A couple of months ago my girlfriend responded to an online ad for an upcoming TV show about Gen Z. The ad encouraged anyone between the ages of 18 to 25 to sign up for the show. If your submission was successful, which was the case with my girlfriend, you would be required to come to the studio and get interviewed on camera. That was it. Just you, the camera crew, and questions you had to answer about what it meant to be Gen Z. I was there to drop my girlfriend at the studio and then pick her up afterwards. I was not allowed to be present during the interview. A couple of hours later, I was back behind the wheel with my girlfriend, who seemed relieved that she was no longer in front of the camera. I was curious to know what her experience was like and what kind of questions were asked, etc., but my girlfriend said it was all a blur and that we would just have to wait and see when the show eventually aired. Cut to now. The show aired at the beginning of the month on one of the local streaming sites in my country. My girlfriend and I were unable to watch her episode together because we were physically too far apart, but I still made it an event by encouraging my mom and dad to watch it with me, which they were more than happy to do. I expected an entertaining and engaging discussion about all kinds of things affecting young people, and for the most part, I got exactly what I expected, which made me extremely proud of my girlfriend because most of the pressure was on her to be interesting and articulate, and she freaking killed it. That said, towards the end of the interview, my girlfriend was challenged to comment on random words that appeared on screen. Words young people were using or redefining like, riz, soos, drip, bag, body count, etc. One of the words was slap, which prompted my girlfriend to state that she believed there was positive affirmation and power in the word slap, before she decided to go a step further by saying she proudly considered herself a slap, because she's had many partners and she enjoyed sleeping with all of them. Needless to say, eye contact became challenging for me with my mom and dad present. I could sense the sudden tension in the room as my girlfriend unashamedly embraced herself. The episode was less than 13 minutes long, but it ended up feeling a lot longer due to how uncomfortable it was to watch with my parents. For the rest of that evening I had to listen to my mom and dad remind me of what a decent girl my ex used to be, and how I let her get away, just when I thought they were finally warming up to my girlfriend. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
My boyfriend texted me at 4 a.m. saying he had a panic attack and I'm so dang happy. So I'm a very insecure person due to my childhood. Both my parents treated me like shite and I was on the streets at 17. I'm doing much better now, but instability was the name of the game for most of my life. I struggle a lot with relationships of any kind and get paranoid very easily. I'm working on my issues with a therapist, but the road to recovery is long and hard. When I go into one of my episodes, my boyfriend is constantly reassuring me. He's so patient it's heartbreaking. We've been together a little over 3 years now and I've gotten much better at managing my thoughts and feelings, but at the beginning of our relationship I would even get violent sometimes, throwing pillows and blankets at the walls, ripping my notebooks, etc. I remember one time, I finally turned on him. Instead of random objects, I made him my victim. I started yelling at him. And when he kept responding to my screams in a calm voice, I started laying my hands on his arm over and over. In total, I did that over 200 times in the same spot on his right bicep, on repeat, just screaming incoherently and just going at it. Yes, I was sober. I knew what I was doing. I knew it was wrong. I still made the conscious choice to do this to him. In my mind, if I did it enough, the mask would finally fall and he would do it back or scream or do something, anything. He didn't. He stayed calm through my incoherent cries and being physical. Not once did he raise his voice or hand. Eventually, I passed out from exhaustion and fell asleep. And somehow, I woke up to him making us breakfast the next morning. Somehow, he still decided to stay. I asking him why he wasn't giving up. Why didn't he just leave? He said because I was worth it to him, because he believed in me and knew I would get better. I asked him what if I put him in the grave one day. He just held me and said I wouldn't, because I'm not my parents. I would never actually go this far. His unshakable trust finally fixed what no one else could. I have never laid a hand on him, or anyone, again, nor have I gotten physically violent in any way. Now 2 years later, we're currently in different cities because he's traveling for work, and he just texted me at 4 in the morning because he had a panic attack and needed me. So here I am, happy crying at 5 in the morning because I can finally help him too. He trusts me to see him vulnerable and tell me his insecurities. He trusts me to be there for him when he needs me. He trusts me to love him. I will never be able to repay him for saving me from myself. I will never deserve this angel. I was not a good person, though better now. I am still not perfect by any means. I don't know what he saw in me, but he stayed. He believed and trusted and loved. He healed me. I just hope that my love can bring him some fraction of the comfort his love has given me. I made a grown man cry at my pet store. I work at my family's pet store, and we do all sorts of cool stuff like boarding, daycare, training, grooming, and selling pet stuff. A while ago, this regular customer of ours came in, and he wasn't doing so great financially because he had recently been disabled. He brought his dog in for grooming, and I noticed the poor pup had a whole bunch of fleas. So, I gave him a call and let him know about it. I suggested giving his other dog a cheap flea bath so that he could handle the situation. When he came back, he tried to pay with his special card the state gave him for disability, but, as it turned out, we couldn't accept it at the store. So, he trusted me with his credit card info, and I planned to charge him later when he got his money. Before he left, I also gave him some flea and tick stuff that we sell at the store. The day to charge his card arrived, but when he called to remind me, I decided not to charge him at all. I thanked him for reminding me, hung up, and just let it go. Today, he called again, saying he hadn't been charged. I told him that was on purpose, and I was glad to help without charging him. He got a bit emotional and even started crying on the phone to me. I understood why. Sometimes even the smallest gestures can mean a lot, especially when you're living on disability. I know how tough it can be because my mom is on it too. It made me feel great knowing I could make someone's day a little brighter just by being kind and helpful. Pets and people, we all need a little support and care sometimes.
I don't want my fourth child. I was my mom's sixth child at age 43, completely unplanned and unwanted. She and my siblings weren't too happy that another child was being thrown into the mix. I'm polar opposite from my siblings and have always been the least difficult, but finding out my family didn't want me really stuck with me and was hard to hear, and I've always felt like the odd one out. Although over time the unwanted factor became understandable because we had an abusive dad and they just didn't want another kid being subjected to it. I started telling myself that this must mean I have some specific purpose here on earth. I'm a firm believer everything happens for a reason. My husband and I chose to have a second baby and it took 7 months to finally get pregnant. Bad decision because beforehand our marriage wasn't in the greatest place, but during the time we were trying things were great and I thought those days were behind us. Less than a couple weeks after finding out I was pregnant, my husband went off the deep end again and resorted back to being verbally and emotionally abusive. Then a couple weeks before my son was born, he became physically abusive and attacked me. I felt no connection with my son when he was born and I knew I wanted him, but I just had so much resentment for the situation and regretted ever getting pregnant again. Neither of our families help out either and I'm so secluded from friends and family. We're a military family. I've been raising my toddler and newborn on my own for the past 11 months. I was so terrified that I'd end up with postpartum depression, but luckily I didn't. It took a few weeks, but I became so obsessed with my son and he's just so perfect to me. I couldn't possibly love him any more than I do now. I can certainly imagine how you feel, but I hope your heart ends up filled with so much love for this baby once it's born that you can't imagine life without him/her.